Good afternoon everybody and welcome to the stream. I'm Robert from the El Magnifico Games channel, and today we're going to continue the playthrough of Dark Souls 3. Now last time we played we began making our way through wherever this is. I don't... Is it the Dreg Heap they call it? But I don't actually know... I don't actually know if it has a more specific name. I think we're heading towards the Ringed City, but my impression was that the Ringed City was down there. So these like ruins that we found, which seem to be a mishmash of all sorts of different places we've been and somewhere we haven't. Yeah, I don't know if it has a more... I don't know if it has another name than the Dreg Heap, but that's where we are. We've been making our way through here, and the next step is to get past a couple of demons that seem to be blocking our way. Now, last stream I did manage to defeat them both using ranged attacks. I was using, because we're a hybrid build, we're a Dexint hybrid build, I was using sorcery. I did manage to defeat them, but then they, in a very Ornstein and Smaug type way, they seemed to we entered another phase where the last one I left alive became significantly boosted, and I was completely exhausted at that point in terms of FP. I'd used it all to defeat the pair of them in their base forms, so I was in no position to take on a extra buffed one of them, and I died. And so we're back here. Since then, I've swapped up to a melee build. This is simply because this is the only way I can see us doing this, frankly. I would have to have a chance at taking them out with, just because of the sheer tankiness of the enemies, to have a chance of taking them out with magical ranged attacks, I would have had at least 10 Ashen Estus on me, I think, which would have meant I wouldn't have had any of the ordinary Estus, which, well, I would have, but I had 5 of the ordinary Estus. I would not have had enough of the ordinary Estus to keep myself alive, because I am not a pro player at this game, not by any stretch of the imagination, and they would have simply whittled my health down to the point that I died. So instead I have forgone all the Ashen Estus. I've gone completely normal Estus, so that's a total of 15 flasks that I have, and we're doing a melee build, and I'm about to jump down there to fight the demons again. So I think that's us all caught up. Let's get into it. As usual, I'm extremely rusted right now. I do not expect my first attempt, or even probably my first half a dozen attempts, to go all that well, but hopefully I will improve. Let's get into it. You can see the 2 demons. I was told to kill them in a specific order to make things easier, but I've forgotten which order that was. Ow. Yeah, I'm getting beat pretty badly here. Oh, blimey. Thank you for the follow, Angsi Raw. I do appreciate it. You caught me right at the beginning of the stream. How are you? Also, how should I refer to you? Oh dear. I'm surviving. Thank you for asking. How are you doing? Incidentally, in case it wasn't clear, I am 100% aware of who you are. I'm just this is the first time I've had to say your name out loud, that's why I'm asking. Annoyed at life because I have to pay $2,200 for a water heater. That is pretty rubbish. I'm sorry to hear that. I hope it's not obviously this is none of my concern, but I hope it's not too much of a burden. I realise that's quite a lot of money to suddenly find out of nowhere. No worries. Angie is fine. Oh dear. Sorry, not doing very well here. Yeah, being a homeowner sometimes is a bit rubbish. Yeah, I can imagine. Yep. Yep, it's both renting and owning have their own problems associated with them. Oh, thank you for the bits. I really appreciate that. That's very kind of you. Yeah. But I mean, this all relates to other problems that people are experiencing right now with generally the state of the employment market and, you know, the difficulty in for a lot of people to find work which pays well enough that they can just live a normal life and so on. And what exactly people expect out of life and expect out of jobs and so on, it's, yeah. I don't think, I get the impression that a lot of people are very upset with life at the moment. Yeah, they each have their own problems. But still, I am sorry to hear that. Okay, we could dodge properly that time. Are you particularly familiar with the Dark Souls games, or would a brief explanation be beneficial? Ow. Probably dying now. Oh. Just about survived that, actually. Ow. Oh dear. I knew there was a problem when I attacked and both health bars went down. That was the first I was aware that they had both walked up to me. So, it's lovely to see you. Still, I suppose a very brief explanation, not so much the story, but how the game works. It's obviously an action-driven game, you're largely killing enemies, and this is kind of unusual in that this is a boss fight where there are two bosses. There have been other cases of that, but it's quite rare. They are basically guarding, or essentially they're just guarding the way forwards. So I need to defeat them. My health bar is in the top left. I have healing items called Estus Flasks, you can see in the bottom left, which I'm quickly running out of. This clearly isn't going to be the one. I'm not going to succeed on this attempt. Sadly. Ow. But that's okay, we die, we go back to the last bonfire and we start again. A slight issue here is that I obviously haven't played the game for a couple of days and so I'm rusty. So it is just the case that once I begin the game again, you know, even after just a couple of days, not going to do very well for the first half an hour or so. It's just the way it is for me. But that's okay. I just keep bashing my head against the proverbial wall, and eventually I will win. As people in chat often tell me, they have to win every single time. I have to win just once. So sooner or later it's going to happen. A lot of this is reading the enemies, like learning that, because they have specific attacks that they do. The game isn't like simulating them physically to the extent that they're improvising movements. Each of those animations is an attack that they can do. Now the only way you learn the attacks is by fighting them and seeing what they're doing. But different attacks will leave them open for different amounts of time. And so a lot of it is just throwing myself back into the fight over and over again, but each time just trying to get a little better at reading what they're doing and taking appropriate action. Now, hey Mahal, lovely to see you. I like the way of looking at it. I just have to win once. You do. Oh yeah, Omaha. But yes, one should anticipate that I'm going to be the first. One should anticipate I'll be stuck in this boss fight for probably at least an hour or so till I can move on. When I move on, it should get a bit more interesting. So I'll be obviously exploring new spaces I've never seen before, and we'll be seeing more of the game world in general. Oh. But until that point, it'll be just me dying, reappearing at the bonfire we're about to appear at, and then jumping down to fight the demons again. Well, that's where having two of them makes things more complex. I was about to say, that's an example of a massive opening. They did that big jumping attack, and it takes them so long to recover from it that it's a massive opening to just run behind them and hit them. I mean, you can hit them from the front, it's just, obviously, it's more dangerous to do so. But while I was exploiting the fact that there was an opening on one of them, the other one did a ranged attack on me. So they can cover for each other in that fashion. Ow, that hurt. That was another ranged attack coming in. So this boss fight has at least two phases. The second phase will be triggered when I kill one of them. At that point, the other one will get a big buff. No, sorry, I misspoke. It's when I defeat both of them, one of them gets revived and gets a big buff. That's what happens. I've managed that just once. And I've got destroyed. So here's hoping I can do it again and it doesn't go so badly for me. Second, that wasn't ideal. Oh, I need to move out. Be alive. No, I just walked right into an attack. That was careless. Whoa. Okay. Right, that's one of them down. This doesn't necessarily make this fight much easier. Oh god, toxic. That's not good. I'm going to be losing health continuously now. Toxic is like poison. There is another effect in the game called poison. But by analogy to other games, toxic and poison both. Yeah, they mean that my health is kind of draining. Toxics are slower whenever I pull for it, though. Right, that one's about to get a big buff. Ideally, I'd like to clear the toxic, but I don't know if I'm going to have time because I'm not very fast. That didn't do it. Is it the other one? It is. Okay, here we go. Now we're fighting the Demon Prince. This is where I died before. Ow. And I'm probably going to die again, to be honest. This is not going well. Oh my goodness. I get the feeling I'd struggle with this boss fight if I didn't have to fight two demons beforehand. Winning this. That's my last Estus. So I can't recover health anymore. And you can see how quickly I'm taking damage. I should have made a note of which demon that was that I slew second. So I remember being told that one of the... It makes a difference which one goes down second, because they're the one that transforms, and they'll have different attacks. I think one of them is more of a spellcaster, and I think that's the one I just got. And that's probably the one that I don't want. It was demon from below, wasn't it? Because I think it was the bottom health bar. So then you're the one I want to defeat first, so that I'm fighting the other one in phase 2. Very nice. Ow. Time to back up a bit. Or if you're going to leave yourself open. Ah, nicely done. Nice little bit of pack tactics there. I don't know if it's deliberate. you alive. Get one more hit on that and they're down. Good, they're out. Right, so you're the only one left. Stay alive! Oh my goodness! I very nearly died there. Yes! Very nice. Stay alive. Yes! Right, here we go. So this is the other phase 2. Are they going to be a demon prince or a demon something else? They are a demon prince. Okay. Still pretty important to deal with. Wow, that wasn't even close. Look at that. I did maybe at most 20% of their health. I don't know what to suggest. Visions of victory. Let there be misfortune. Try Ember. I mean, I could start using my embers, but I don't think that's a good call here. Let's look at our stats a little bit. How much damage am I doing currently, and can I increase it? Um, 392. My dexterity and my intelligence are both extremely high anyway. It's unlikely I'd get more damage that way. I mean, obviously if I did increase them I would get more damage, but like not much. Out of curiosity, if I add those two together, my my dex and my intelligence, I get that's 81, isn't it? Yeah, 81. which does not divide into 192. I was wondering if there was a simple formula I could use to work out how much bonus damage I get. What are the factors of... $192? Mostly 2s, and there's a 3 in there as well. It's 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, 3. I'm just wondering what the damage formula is, that's all. In order to like work out... Hold on, there's an easier way I can do this. Do what I'm trying to do. I'll tell you what it is. I bet they don't... I bet it's not linear. I bet, an increase... I bet like 5 points when that stat is low increases the damage more than 5 points when it's high, if that makes sense. Right, that's gone down to 80. 180, sorry. Sorry, 182. I don't know why I said that wrong. That's gone down to 192. So I'm getting 6 from the Scholar Ring, which should be increasing my... Yeah, it is increasing... Both increase the relevant stat by 5. And yet... increasing Dex seems way more effective. For Dex, we were getting 2 points of damage per level of Dex, whereas with wait, with Imp, we're not getting anything. Really? I thought this was supposed to scale with Int. Oh, does the magic damage scale with Int? It does. So that's 97, which goes up to 113. I make that a difference of 16. So that's pretty extreme. That's more than 3 points of damage per int. Okay. So int's well worth investing in. In case you're wondering, I've gotten to the point where I feel like I'm honestly evaluating the viability of increasing my damage before I try and fight them again. The trouble is, supposing I farmed out 10 levels, which would be a lot of levels, that would take some time. Supposing I dumped them all into int, that would increase the damage the weapon's doing by about 30. That's not a lot of more. That's not a lot more damage. Like, yeah, it would make a little bit of difference, but not much. Not compared to its total damage output. See, my concern is that I'm not going to be able to increase this weapon's damage to the point that it makes a big difference. Hey Vilma, lovely to see you. Hope you all have a lovely day. Thank you. It's lovely to see you. I don't think increasing my stats is going to increase the damage on this weapon by much. Oh, but you know what might? I'm going to have to give up something that I don't really want to give up, like the Chloranthy ring, or the Estus ring. But what I'm thinking is, isn't there a item which increases the magic damage you do at the expense of making you more vulnerable to magic damage? That might be an easy... an easy win as far as damage is concerned. An easy... an easy improvement. It doesn't say my magic damage has gone up, though. I don't think. That doesn't mean it hasn't, it just means it's not reporting it. That might be the next thing to try. I don't know how much the magic clutch ring actually increases the damage you deal. Like, I don't know whether we're talking 10% or 50%. Like, if it was 50%, that would probably be worth it. That would increase the damage the weapon deals by like 20% or so overall. Depends on the multiplier of the stat you're increasing. Well, that's what we were working out earlier. I worked out that, in my opinion, I wouldn't be able to substantially increase this weapon's damage, even with a considerable amount of farming. Which is suboptimal. Bonus damage equals base damage times weapon scaling percentage times stat multiplier. What would the magic clutch ring count as? I'm tempted to give this a go and see if I see any significant difference. I wouldn't be surprised if I don't. Also, it would have been a good idea if I'd actually made a note of how much damage I was doing. As in the actual damage values, because I don't think I did that. Okay, so I'm doing about 290 now. About 290 per hit. I'm considering this attempt to be predominantly an experiment. So if I can, let's take that ring off. See how that compares. Try not to die. That can't be right. That must have been just a bad hit. 290, so it doesn't increase my damage. Okay. Well, that was worth checking anyway. This is fine, go kill me. We'll go back to the drawing board. 15 increase in magic damage wearing the ring. Yeah, apparently that doesn't transfer to magic weapon damage, though, or weapon magic damage. Either that or they're completely immune to magic damage. That's a possibility, actually, that I hadn't considered. That is a possibility. Out of curiosity... No, they can't be completely immune to magic damage, because I took them down before using... using sorcery attacks. I already beat both of them. Not phase 2, unfortunately, but I beat both of them in phase 1 using just magic attacks. This includes sorcerer's magic damage on weapons like Moonlight Greatsword and magic-infused weapons. I wasn't seeing that increase. Like, I tried having the ring on and the ring off, the magic clutch ring, and I was doing 290 damage on the demon in both cases per hit. So that didn't seem to be the case. Out of curiosity, where's my Uchi Katana? It's going to be well worth comparing the damage that does. Where is it? Uchi Katana. Where are you, Uchi Katana? There it is. That looks like, on the face of it, it should just outright do less damage. But let's test that. Hang on, was I... I was dual wielding before, wasn't I? Being immune doesn't mean they don't receive damage. The damage you deal with 0% bonus damage. You still do your actual damage. Interesting. That is actually doing more damage. That's interesting. Because on the face of it, the Uchi is worse. But here we are. Okay. That's a significant damage increase, so that was well worth it. Swapping up weapons, I think. It also means I no longer need the ring that's increasing my intelligence, because I'm not using a weapon that's scaling with intelligence anymore. So effectively, it's freed up a slot as well. I still think there's more we could do here to improve this, the damage we're doing. But this run's going well enough that I'm content to just keep going for till I die, which may be about to happen. Yep, I'm dead. That's fine though. That was well worth discovering. They're immune to magic. Oh, they are weak to magic. Then I don't know why the scythe I was using, which does more physical damage and a ton of bonus magic damage. I don't mean bonus, I mean in addition to the damage that the Uchi Katana would already be doing. I don't know why it was performing worse then. Here's the scythe. So the scythe is doing... let me calculate this quickly. It's doing 392 physical and 253 magic, as opposed to where is it? I forgot I had the sharp sellsword twin blades. I keep losing track of it. Where's my Uchi Katanas? Uchi Katana, sorry. There. As opposed to 394 physical damage plus 30 blade. That's weird. Why would it be doing so much more damage? It's not the case that I was accidentally wielding the scythe wrong, is it? The scythe should absolutely be doing more damage. Maybe I was just wielding it wrong. This only works with L2 LT attack, as the second scythe is the magic scythe. The other scythe works on Dex for Freed's great scythe. Oh, I'm with you. So it's not that it does that damage every time I attack with the scythe, it's that there's two different scythes. One that does magic damage, one that does physical damage. I am doing more damage now. Maybe I was wielding this wrong. I must have been wielding this wrong. No, now I've done the same amount of damage as I was doing before. 290. Yeah, it's gone down to 290. Oh, I had the chance to do a beautiful visceral attack there, and a riposte, or whatever it would be called, and I failed to take it. No, yes. Hey Walltop, lovely to see you. So I wonder if this is what I should be doing to maximise my damage. Which rings do I have equipped? Okay. Decent rings. Hang on. If that's the case, then I should try swapping back to the magic clutch ring and seeing if that significantly increases my damage. How goes today? I'm surviving. Thank you for asking. I do appreciate it. How are you doing, Walltop? Wow. I died quickly. Also, I'm pretty sure that bonus damage wasn't worth it. I think that only increased the damage I was doing with the magic scythe by about 20 points of damage or so. Awake annoyed at work, but otherwise okay. I'm sorry to hear that you're having trouble at work. That does sound very suboptimal. I hope it's not too bad. Doing a really bad job here for some reason. It's a constant annoyance with a certain branch of the company, but I will live. Yeah, that does sound pretty rotten. Sorry to hear that. I hope things I hope things improve at least. Even if it doesn't go away completely. Let me try the Uchi Katana again. I'm not entirely convinced the Uchi Katana isn't a fantastic choice here. Even though on... Well, the thing is, now I know that the damage is split between the two scythes. The Great Scythe doesn't actually look anything like as big an improvement over the Uchi Katana as I initially thought. Also, as I say, it means I don't need to use the Scholar Ring, so I can equip something else that will increase my damage. I'm pretty sure there is another ring that will also increase my dex, just not by as much. Increase absorption when HP is low, boost attacks when HP is low, not when high. Boost attacks when HP is full. See, that might be a good choice for me. It's that or the Cartha's Milk Ring. Let's try Lloyd's Sword Ring. I've never tried this before. I've no idea how much it's actually going to increase my damage by. Quite a bit. By about 40 points. That's not bad. Okay, let me go back, and I want to compare that back to using the other ring. As I say, we're figuring this out right now. I do think the damage on the Uchi Katana is just so much higher than the scythe that I am just better off with it. It's straight up doing about 70 more damage per hit, which is not to be scoffed at. So it was about 360 when Lloyd's sword ring wasn't in effect, and about 400 when it was. Oh, that's down significantly. That must have been just a bad hit. No? Why would my damage, even when my health is low, be different? Okay, the extra damage from the dex is negligible. That's fine. Okay. You can try Sage Ring, Ring of Favour, Prisoner, Chain, and Pontiff Right Eye rings. For Freed's Great Scythe. Let me check if I've got all of those and what they do. So let me read them again. It's the, in fact, let me move this window slightly so I can see chat more clearly. Move that over. So it's the Sage Ring, which is the one that boosts intelligence, Ring of Favour, Prisoner Chain, and Pontiff Right Eye. Increase HP, stamina, and maximum equip load. Yeah, that's not going to increase damage. Boost attacks as long as attacks persist. Maybe. That could be worth it. I never figured out what the requirements on that were, though. Like, it says as long as attacks persists. What counts as an attack not persisting, for example? I don't think I have the Prisoner Chain Ring. Alright, let's try the Pontiff Right Eye Ring. This will be an interesting one. Successful attacks, in this case, the L2 weapon art from the scythe. I think I'm going to be using the Uchi Katana. The damage is just straight up higher on the Uchi Katana. I don't know why. On paper it shouldn't be, but it is. Like, I'm reading the damage that I'm doing when I attack these enemies, and the damage I'm getting from the Uchi Katana is just better. By a significant amount. Okay, I'm doing slightly more damage, but honestly it's not a lot. And that's probably worn off now. Let me get the crit, please. Thank you. went well. Do I have time to swap up to Lloyd's ring? Thank you. Wish that hadn't happened. Oh my goodness. I'm just not going to get the benefit of it, am I? It's going to be too hard to stay on full health for this phase specifically. Successful attacks or attacks fast moving attacks. Oh, I see. Interesting. I assume that's successive attacks. So like that. So I'm gonna also be limited by the what's the word I'm looking for? The amount of stamina I have. Twin plates are basically the best for the Pontiff ring. That's true. I could give them a go. Alright, I'll give them a go. We'll see how they perform. How do I use this effectively? I feel like I'm actually going to have to do some sort of combo here. We'll give them a go. We'll see how they perform. If they perform well, I can upgrade them once more as well. My suspicion is that each katana will be better, but obviously we should be testing them to be sure. I wonder if successive attacks means when it's all getting tallied up to the same total, like here. I bet that's it. I have to admit, they do work quite well with the Pontiff ring. That went well. Which kind of be better with the lead. Should work with both weapons. You're only doing one weapon. Hang on, let's not take the damage here. There we go. Now let's move in. that big flame that's over your head? Have a look at it, rather. Oh, that's really good. Wonderful. Do you know who this fellow reminds me of? Lawrence. Not entirely, but there's definitely some similarities. Where I lose. No, I can't heal anymore. Yes. Oh, that wasn't an opening for a critical at all. I thought it was. And I'm dead. Dearie me, that was by far the closest we've ever come, though. I think we found our weapon for this one. Right, if I quickly... Oh. No worries, Vilma. Thank you for dropping by. I hope you have a wonderful rest of your day. What was I saying? Let's go back here and see if I can upgrade these to the final level. But use both weapons. You're fighting with only one. What do you mean by use both weapons? Like, surely it's about finding the best weapon for this boss fight. I don't think... Well, that may have been a few more souls than I needed. I don't think this is going to be a boss fight where swapping weapons is going to be all that useful. There are boss fights where that's the case, I just don't think this is going to be one of them.
Pretty be careful. I go.
The weapons you use are set, but you only fight with your right one. I can't figure out how I'm supposed to optimally use the left one in combination with the right. Like I was saying before, I feel like there's probably some combination I'm supposed to be doing here, but I don't know what it is. Like, how do I improve upon that? Presumably there's a way, but I don't know what it is. I think hold top button Y to power stance. That is definitely not what I want. Yeah. So to be clear, I'm not saying you're wrong, it's just I don't yet know how I use them optimally. I don't really know what the right strategy with these is. But I'll bear it in mind, I'll see what I can do. And again, thank you so much. You have been a lot of help. Start. dear, that did not go well. That's okay though. Let's give it another go. And I'm down. I'm tempted to put Lloyd's ring on top. Probably means giving up the Chloranthe ring though, and I don't know if that's the right call. But the potential damage buff is significant. Jig shuffle. Yes, it's the demons. Do that. Which are giving me a bit of trouble, to be honest. How are you, Jake? I'm down again. I was doing much better earlier. I seem to have got worse. How are you, Jake? Lovely to see you as always. If you can believe it, I nearly won this boss fight earlier. I was very close. Assuming there's not a phase 3. Oh well. This is the game. Once more into the breach. Oh, I'm closer to death than I realised. Oh, is my VTuber model not tracking well? Hold on, let me adjust that. Hopefully that's a little better. And now I'm toxic. Wonderful. And I'm down. Maybe the Chloranthy ring is the better call here. It's not like the Lloyd ring doesn't give me a substantial damage boost. It does. It's just that A, my health needs to be high enough, and B, which is hard to maintain, and B, it simply is the case that with the Chloranthy ring my DPS goes up because it's less time before I can attack again. that missed me. Right, that's one of them down. Where's the other one? There you are. Being upset, understandably. Right, that's number 2 down. So now we're on to phase 2 again. Wish me luck. Let's not take the damage. Right, now's the time to attack. I'm being blocked by an invisible wall. Oh, that's annoying. Dying to an invisible wall. I had loads of Estus. The issue there was I was trying to roll between their legs, which normally would work. That's usually a legitimate tactic, and that would have taken me to safety. But instead I just ended up wasting the stamina and not ending up in safety. Oh, that's very frustrating, because that could have been the one. I don't know what I can do about that either. I don't know why there was an invisible wall there. And I don't know whether... I mean, maybe it's that animation? It's busted for some reason? But I'm not even sure if I'd recognise it again. I don't really want to be dealing with 2 of them in melee mode. I think there's just too high a chance of damage. There we go. As you can see, you can go between their legs. That is a perfectly legitimate strategy. The other ones decided to go melee anyway, even though they're not in melee mode. It's annoying. He wasn't expecting them there. Oh no. That's not ideal. This is fine, back to the bonfire. Once more into the breach. They're doing the thing again where they're both trying to melee me. The problem with them both trying to melee me is that was actually a really good example. The game physics is broken. I think it's broken in every Dark Souls game I've played. Enemies can attack through other enemies, which obviously makes no sense and shouldn't be allowed, but it is. That's the way they are. And so the problem with fighting two enemies in melee mode is you will often find that you'll be attacking one enemy, and then you suddenly get hit by something that you couldn't see because a fist or a claw goes through the body of the enemy you are fighting, or something like that. And crucially, the enemy you are fighting doesn't take any damage from it either. I said this before when we were doing the Ornstein and Smaug fight in Dark Souls 1 during the speedrun that I was doing for charity, the Gamers Outreach. If they're going to let enemies attack through each other, it should do damage to the enemies. Like, if you want to stick your sword through your ally to hurt me, fine, but that should be hurting your ally. But I'm not going to do it this time because I'm so low on Estus. I certainly expect to reach the next phase of the fight, but I won't be able to beat them from this position. Not with 4 Estus. I fell for it again. I thought that was an opportunity to do a crit, and it wasn't. Okay. I mean, I got phase 2 boss down to half health, even though I had barely any Estus. That's not bad. I'm clearly making progress. Or getting better. So blooming purple moss is something I could do with on the hotbar, and I should, if that's what it's called, I'm not sure if that's what it's called, this thing. And I should probably jump back to Firelink quickly and see if I can purchase some more. I don't actually know if it's an item we can buy in this game. I hope it is. Otherwise that's going to be a nuisance. But I think that's going to help significantly if I can just clear the toxic quickly in the middle of the fight. Instead of having to wait till we're between phases. I will need... Hang on, let's check if they have it in stock, actually. I was about to use a soul so I could purchase some. But that's silly if they don't sell it. They do sell it.
Ashen 1.
That's fine. Okay. So, we need a few more souls. Is that 8,000 souls? Which will get me 8 of them? Yeah.
Ah.
If I'd realised, I would have used... if I'd thought of it, I'd have bought them with the leftover souls after we upgraded the weapon. I didn't think of it then. Oh well. we have 10 of them. That's fine. I mean, we all know what Dark Souls is like. I'd like to say that I'll have these demons done within the next 10 attempts, but you never really know. Or at least the next 10 toxics. If I don't get toxic, then I don't have to use it. I can see exactly what you're trying to do there, and I don't like it. The other one's angry. Let's back off. Ooh. Right, at least we're fighting just one of them now. Well, that's not true. The other one will be doing ranged attacks, but at least we've only got one melee enemy right now, is what I was getting at. They're using up their fire. Let's focus on the other one then. Hello there. Good. Where's the other one? There you are. No! I thought I was going to be safe there, but I wasn't. If I was slightly further through, I'd have through between the legs, I think I'd have been safe from that attack. Never mind. Once more, into the breach. For this is our fate. This is the first boss of this area, isn't it? And I think there's 3 in total. So there's only 2 more here. In this DLC, I mean. So we'll get them both done today. And then it's only the final boss of the base game to go. No idea who they are, since we've already beat Lothric and Loria. The, who it seemed like might be the final boss. Church told me that they're known as the Soft within the Dark Souls community. Goodness knows what that means. Oh, the other one's firing out. This hasn't been a great start, honestly. I mean, it could be a lot worse, but I've not achieved much damage yet. Despite already having both of them attacking, both of them angry. I've never figured out what actually triggers that. Like, why do I sometimes get the option to do the crit and sometimes I don't? I thought it was like a damage threshold before, but I don't think it is. Very important I don't accidentally kill the demon in pain too early, otherwise I get a completely different phase too. Oh, that's worked out. That's worked out very well. Don't quite have as much Estus as I'd like for this stage, but oh wait, I'm toxic. But that's cleared. I believe it is a stagger threshold. When you hit them, their stamina drops a bit. If you deplete it far enough, they stumble and open a window for you to crit. At least that's my rough understanding. You got this. I definitely do not have this. This is one thing I do not have. Oh, it's that wall again. That invisible wall that prevents me from rolling through. Oh dear. Unfortunately, I did not have this, but that's okay. There's always next time. As I was saying earlier, I only have to win once, and sooner or later it's gonna happen. That item is. They can easily that item since they got into this area. There we go, that was a good example of attacking through their ally without their ally taking any damage. Oh dear, I thought I had that. Maybe not the whole fight, but I thought I was going to take down the demon from below. Oh dear. Let's try it again. could always try going back to the Uchi Katana. I might try the Uchi Katana for a bit. And it does higher DPS, but it attacks slightly more slowly, which also means that it's harder to chain the attacks, which is what we're doing with the right Pontiff ring. The right Pontiff ring means you do more damage on successive attacks. So there are reasons to think that the Uchi Katana might perform worse, but equally it's more just straight up damage, so it's certainly worth a go. That was going worse, but I'm not 100% sure whether that was down to the weapon or just bad luck. I can always swap back if it becomes clear that this is a persistent problem. I might swap out the right eye Pontiff ring as well. Yeah, just mixing it up, see if I can't find something else that works well. That one. That will slightly increase our damage all round, but then we won't get the bonus from successive attacks. Might be a better choice for the Uchi Katana, since it's obviously harder to get those successive attacks. That does feel better. No. Quickly check something. I definitely don't have any other rings that would boost damage, do I? Lowering equipment load increases attack. That would be good if I was going for like a no armor build, but I don't think we'll be doing that. Increased damage when... That was it. It was Lloyd's Spring that was also potentially really good, wasn't it? But the problem is I then have to stay on full health, which isn't necessarily straightforward. I think this is how we achieved the highest DPS yet in this boss fight. It was Lloyd's Ring of the Ancient Armor. Oh, I was trying to avoid that attack. Never mind. It'd be rude not to. That went very well. That really got turned around partway through. For a lot of that I felt very behind compared to when we were using the twin blades. Yeah, it's very sparkly. That. Yes! I actually got a crit for once at this stage in the combat, stage 2. normally have that for some reason. No! Go, go, go. Sorry, Omaha. This is feeling like a good build, though. You're going to get it. Eventually, I should. It would be very disappointing if I reached the end of this stream and I hadn't. So strange to think there's only 4 bosses left in this game that I'm aware of anyway, unless there's some super secret bosses that I don't know about. Very annoying. And I'm down. Try again. Do a bit more damage to you before I swap back to the other target. I didn't help it. Not die in the process. Oh, the other one's right on my tail. But I have a tail. Oh, phase 2. Again. Wish me luck again. At least I didn't get toxic this time. Oh, don't take the damage. I nearly fell for that again. I don't know why I nearly fell for that again. It's happened so many times. I certainly should know better by now. I never seem to get the timing right for that one. Yes. Yes! I do honestly wonder if I'm better off going for the extra crit damage. That's what that does. Ow! That really hurt. Oh, I still took the damage. I don't know how I survived that one, but I'm not complaining. When I was drinking the Estus, I mean. Why can't I hit him anymore? There we go. For a while though, I just kept missing over and over again. Yes! Yes! The bleeds did it! That was the bleed damage! Yes! Soul of the Demon Prince. Interesting I didn't get 2 souls there. I didn't get twin souls. I didn't get like Ornstein and Smaug's soul. I just got the Demon Prince soul. Which almost implies that they were actually originally one individual that somehow got combined. Hey Daddy Arnie. Lovely time for you to pop into chat. How are you doing today? Goodness me, so that took me the best part of 2 hours to actually take those 2 demons down. You've got 1 soul with Princess as well. Interesting. I'm sure I saw that before, but was it actually a single soul, not a twin soul? Because sometimes you do get 2 souls together. Soul of the Twin Princes. One of the twisted souls stepped in strength. You're right. But is that 2 souls that are just like really close together? Or is that actually 2 or is that actually 1 soul? It does say 1 of the twisted souls. The 2 princes rejected their duty to become lords of Cinder and settled down far, far away to watch the fire fade from a distance. A curse makes their souls nearly inseparable. Right, their souls nearly inseparable. So it is technically 2 souls. Soul of the Demon Prince, one of the twisted souls steeped in strength. Used to acquire many souls or transpose to extract its strength. The demons, birthed from a common chaos, share almost everything between them, even the pride of their prince and his near-faded flame, so that the last demon standing may rekindle it. Oh! So what? So I fought 3 demons? Is that right? Do I understand correctly that there were 2 demons that remembered their demon prince and were loyal to him? I defeated them both, but the last one to go down then somehow used their own body and soul to rekindle the Demon Prince, and then that was a third. But then why would it make a difference which one I kill first? Surely it'd be the same boss fight by that logic. Maybe whichever body the Demon Prince inhabits? It does look like two joined souls, which they are, so that makes sense. Hurrah for bleed damage. Oh, hey Pikachu, it is lovely to see you. And thank you for the clip, I do appreciate that. As usual, I'll probably check that out after I have finished streaming today. How are you? Does the arena look familiar? That is an interesting question. I mean, it looks like a lot of places I've been to in the Dark Souls universe. I'm trying to think more specifically. It looks a bit like the swamp where we fought the, was it the Forlorn Legion? Except it's no longer very swampy. The floor has clearer answers. Take a closer look. And I see the bones. It's clearly a large creature that's died here. And there are a lot of them. That skull has horns, so I'm guessing that is a demon skull. I mean, this isn't the remains of Lost Izalith, is it? Try finding a spot on the floor that's less destroyed. Okay. I'll have a look around. Spelling errors corrected. I note that the link has remained the same. That could be web on the ground. Potentially. I mean, I do see all these stone slabs as well. I suppose they're more tiles. I don't know. Oh. But that doesn't make sense. I mean, this bit specifically right here, this looks a lot like old Firelink from the first game. Sadness. But that doesn't figure, because old Firelink was high in the air, and this is very much underground. But I mean, we do have the well here that used to have someone hanging over it. So that would be the direction to Undeadburg, if that were true. This way would have been where we would go down to the elevator. This would be on the way to Framp. Would this be the building that would have had the stairs and the elevator? No, this is Framp's area. By that logic. It makes sense. You'd see a bunch of towns joined together being compressed when you're going down to the Dreadheat at the start of the DLC. Does that make sense though? It's sort of thematically consistent, but I'm not sure I would go so far as to say it makes sense. Out of curiosity, how many souls did I get? Enough to level with, that's nice. Before, I do obviously want to keep going. But before I do that, I should sort out my loadout. And level. I'm looking for my magic staff, aren't I? That's the one. Right, Estus ring is a good one, Chloranthy ring's a good one. And then I want 2 that boost sorceries. Bellowing Dragon Crest and the one which makes spells faster to cast. Sage ring. Oh, that's what Sage ring is. I mistakenly thought Sage ring was the one that increased your intelligence. I believe I said that earlier in the stream. Very much mistakenly. It's just the side effects of the fire being prolonged. That doesn't make sense to me. Morning, Pikachu. Hello, Pikachu. What do you mean? Have you gotten your shout out today? Oh, thank you for giving Waltop a shout out. Did you do the... No, why is Frosty Tools not done that shout out properly? That's a little odd, isn't it? Let me try that myself. Not that it should make any difference. Is it my browser that's the issue? Because now it doesn't seem to be responding at all. Let me reload the page. No? It doesn't seem to be working. That's mighty strange. I'm sorry about that. I can give you an old-fashioned shout out. You have to wait... Oh, I have to wait an hour before giving Waltop another shout out. Right, so that's why it's not letting me do another normal shout out. That doesn't tell me why Frosty Tools is just being silent, though. Sorry, let me just quickly look this up. I'm just going to go to the Frosty Tools page and see if it's obviously complaining about something. I can't imagine why it would be unhappy. Let's level, shall we? Wait, hang on. Make sure this window has focus.
Very well, then take nourishment.
Definitely Dex. I'm kind of going off int to a degree. My channel is connected. Full scope shoutouts enabled. You can shout out mods. This should be working. It all looks correct. Let me try disabling it and re-enabling it. Hang on. Before I do that, have they changed the way it works? Because I noticed that there's now an option to add an overlay which would only make sense if I was doing this very differently. Right, let's try again. I've disabled it and enabled it. Sorry about this, everyone. Frosty Tools is listed as a moderator. I don't know if that means they're in chat. I assume it means they are. Huh. I'm very sorry about that. For some reason, that doesn't seem to be working.
Farewell.
I'm as sure as I reasonably can be that that's a them problem and not a me problem, since I haven't changed anything. Let's grab another level while we're here, shall we?
Welcome, host. Very well, then taken.
I am half tempted to consume all my souls now, and also all my boss souls,
Farewell.
and just grab a bunch of levels, because we're reaching the end of the game. What else am I going to use them for? But I'll resist for now. Oh, hang on. Reallocate my Estus. That's the other thing I should be doing.
Just wasn't he?
I'll tell you what, if I remember, or if Pikachu remembers, if one of us remembers, we'll try giving you another shout out in half an hour. Actually, I'll tell you what, I should probably try the same command with a different person. Because you never know. I don't see why it would have a problem with Walltop. But you never know. Yep, Frosty Tools is just not responding for some reason. Okay.
Pretty be careful.
Not particularly impressive, but it is what it is. Right, let's keep going. Right, so we're going back to the Demon Prince, which in this case refers to the area. Thank you for remembering to give the shout out to Pikachu. I know it's unfortunate that it hasn't actually worked, but well, I really do appreciate the fact that you do remember to do these things, because I don't. Sometimes it's weird. Yeah. Obviously their bot's struggling for some reason. I don't know why. That's interesting. I can't get to the outside at all. Didn't there used to be a chest over here? Like right up here? But I suppose in the Dark Souls universe that was like 100,000 years ago or something. Where, Frampt? Where indeed? Yeah, and this used to be a big pit, didn't it? I don't think it was a tunnel. A trap door opened and it went straight down. Well, fortunately, the path to the catacombs are blocked off. This is true. So you don't have to do that awful area again. The catacombs weren't the best, but they weren't the worst. I think, okay. I'd say that the Tomb of the Giants was much worse than the catacombs. Then again, one did lead into the other. I don't know what to tell you. Oh. I've done something. Was that the banner I got given right at the very beginning of the game? Tomb of the Giants, most definitely much worse than Catacombs. Okay, are you taking me to Anor Londo? Well, we've already been there, so clearly not. Oh, we made made friends. Thank you for giving Omaha a shout out, Pikachu. Take us to Gwendolyn. I don't think Gwendolyn is anymore, is she? I think the age of Gwendolyn may be gone. Ah, is this the Ringed City? Have we finally made it to the Ringed City? No, he isn't. Oh, sorry, I was thinking of Guinevere, wasn't I, when I said her? Gwendolyn we know is gone. We saw what happened to Gwendolyn. Most beautiful prison? Oh, you might be right. The Ringed City. We are at the Ringed City. I'd never really thought about what the Ringed City was, but how do I know it's not some sort of high security prison? It's always possible, isn't it? Hello there.
Hark. They brought thee here, did they not?
Well, somebody
Dost
did.
thou the gods serve, or merely that role affect?
I serve the gods just pretending. I don't think I'm pretending to serve the gods. But I don't think I serve the gods. Do I? Like, I'm the Ashen One. I'm the one that's supposed to link the flame. I'm not going to just do what some god tells me. Much prettier than the Irithyll prison. That place was a dump. Yeah, obviously it was a dump. Pontiff surely isn't capable of taking care of things. Just pretending.
Yes. Yes, of course. How wouldst one such as thee do service to the gods? I have intimate knowledge of thy kind. I know thy want. The dark soul, is it not? Why else wouldst one deign to visit this dung heap?
Wait, is the Dark Soul here?
To thy falsity, I would be an ally to thee.
I thought the whole point about the Dark Soul was that a small piece of it was in every human, and that's what allowed them to become undead. I didn't think there was a... Although they originally found the Dark Soul, as it were, I didn't think there was the Dark Soul left in the world.
If it is the
But,
dark
like, in
soul
one
thou
location, that's what I'm getting at. Like,
then seek Filianor's church at the base of the cliff. There wilt thou the sleeping princess waken.
the Sleeping
Her
Princess?
slumber is a deceit.
Okay.
A lid covering an overgrown privy. A prop to keep thee from the dark soul of thine desire.
I see. So is this supposed to be either mocking or in homage of fairy tales, that there's going to be this sleeping princess that in this case actually isn't? It is scattered. That's what I thought. You do have a tiny part of the Dark Soul inside you. That's exactly what I was thinking. So why is this individual telling me I can find the Dark Soul here?
Worry not, I am a true friend to thee. If thou art yet human, the urge will soon begin to swell, to curse the gods and bring ruin upon this accursed heap of dung. Now, yearly to Filianor's church at the base of the cliff, to rouse the sleeping princess. If thou yet the dark soul desirest.
Invaded by Dark Spirit Poke. I may be about to die here. Oh look, that's the Dark Spirit Poke. Let me quickly grab this, light this bonfire. Can I rest at it to banish them? I cannot. Hello there. Well, this is an interesting development, isn't it? Bye! Oh my goodness. This is not going to go well for my poor blue sentinel. There. And I'm dead. Oh well. He must be working with Gwyn. Ouch. Yeah, I'm no good at PvP, as you can probably tell. This is fine, though. I haven't exactly been set back, have I? I was going to ember up again. Not that I need to be embered, but, you know. Entering a new area. May as well ember up. Right, so loads of ghost archers are going to appear. Yes. Ow. So much for the benefits of embering. Okay, I don't think we'll be embering right now. Again, I mean. Hey, Tato. Lovely to see you. Very good evening to you, Tato. May your star one day rise as high as those in the sky. This is a bit of a predicament. I've got an idea. This may not work, mind you. It's the best idea I have. You're responsible for this somehow. I think. We just go from gravestone pile to gravestone pile. Like so. Uh-oh. It's gonna work. Interesting problem, isn't it? Aim for the stars, shoot for the moon, and land on the clouds type greeting. The best ideas always have a degree of doubt. Yeah. Unfortunately, the doubt was well placed this time. It didn't work. I know I could just try running. Do you know what? This probably won't work. But what have I got to lose? Yeah, that did not work. That's interesting. There's an item there. So I am presumably supposed to be able to explore this area freely at some point. Yep, sprinting does not work, Daddiani. I gave it a good go. How do I do it then? To the side. You can't outrun all angles. Try rolling. Do I know where I'm actually going? It's probably down there.
Now, yearly to Filianor's church.
Alright, alright. No further advice then. Be wary of item. If I could get up there, I could deal with them. Probably. Going to Filianor at the base of the cliff. Was it Filianor they pronounced it, or Filianora? I think it was Filianor.
Now, yearly to Filianor's church at the
Filianor's.
base of the cliff.
Okay. Maybe I do roll. It seems daft, but I don't have a better idea. Nope. Although I did get quite close, it has to be said. It doesn't seem fanciful that I might be able to make it. Hug the right side. The right side, okay. I think another thing I'm going to do is trigger them now. And then wait for them to wear off. So I'm guessing the longest time between them spawning is going to be just after they've disappeared. Right, let's go. Nope. Summon a skateboard. I would if I could. And spam roll when they shoot. This doesn't seem very well designed. I thought it was a puzzle, but now I don't think it is a puzzle. I think it's just a potluck thing. Oh wow, that was much sooner than I expected. Oh my goodness, I don't even know where that fire came from. Hey Sea Fighter, lovely to see you. Lego Fortnite? I know what Lego is, and I know what Fortnite is. I did not know there was such a thing as Lego Fortnite. That's not where you go. Is it not? Oh, thank you. Whoever... Oh! Recovery bot followed. What? That's Jake's bot, isn't it? Ah, this is Jake Shuffle lurking, I see. Well, thank you for the follow. That reminds me, do we have shoutouts working again yet? Or is Frosty Tools still broken? At least for me. Where your souls are on that cliff, you can jump down. Yeah, Frostybot still seems to be struggling for some reason. Right, I'll keep a close eye on where I need to jump down. Clearly not there. There. I see it. Oh dearie me. Well, this is progress. I'm not a huge fan of this this particular gimmick, but we've made progress nevertheless. What ambush are you leading me into? Ooh. Very beautiful, isn't it? Hello, where did you come from? And how dangerous are you? Not particularly, it would seem. RIP Frosty Tools. I know. I don't know why it's not working. This place isn't the best. Be careful when you turn the corners. Where did they come from? They weren't down here when I jumped down myself. But somehow they got behind me. Unless they jumped down as well. Hello there. Ow. Hello there. Right, you can stop that yesterday. Oh. What a nuisance. Traps and traps and traps. Can we get a old-fashioned shout-out for Jake Shuffle? Or I could do it in a minute. Because I'm not sure the exclamation mark one worked at all. Oh dear. Where you took the ladder, you can keep on going around the cliff. Oh, okay. That's probably what I should have done then. I wonder if I can somehow drop them off the ledge or something. That individual that's casting the spells. The other thing that occurred to me is I do have ranged attacks. I am a hybrid build. I can do sorcery. So that's another possibility. I hear someone walking about, but I can't see them. Oh, thank you for giving Jake Shuffle a shout out. And thank you for attempting it, Tato. Can I keep going round? It doesn't look like I can keep going round. Wrong chat, Tato. I'll try it, but this looks like death. Yeah, it is death. I thought so. This is fine. Oh, blimey, what's happened? Oh, we have an Avon raid. Lovely to see you, Avon. How are you today? If you don't mind my asking. Yes. Could we have a shout out for Avon, please? For some reason, Frosty Tools doesn't want to work today. So we're having to give people boring old-fashioned shout outs. Bog standard shout outs, if you will. How'd the stream go, Avon? Now we find out what happens with friendly fire. Ow. Never mind. I'm doing normally. Started Kenna, pronounced Kana. Oh, Kana Bridge of Spirits today. It's a cute little game about death. Yeah, that does sound like something. A cute little game about death, eh? Also, part of the stream replayed, so I'm likely behind. I see you reached this part. I have indeed. Although, to be fair, that comment would always be true. It could never be false. I do wonder if they're a glass cannon or not. Like, if I just got a little damage, would that do the trick? Hard to say. I mean, Keller's job involves sending spirits to the afterlife, so death plays a pretty big role. Try hiding behind a gravestone for one cycle. Oh no. It's not a glass cannon. He's pretty chunky. That doesn't fill me with joy. Maybe if I get some damage off, they'll stop doing the casts. Like, it will trigger them and then they'll stop. Kill me! I can't even see how much damage I did. But the spirits you collect are adorable. They're called Rot. Isn't this the second game recently you've played where death was a major theme? Because you were doing Darksiders not that long ago, weren't you? You did half. Just wait out the arrows and make a run for him after. The Spirits of Decay, I think. Yeah, I did ditch Frida's Scythe. The issue was that I was doing the two demons boss fight, and the Uchigatana damage was just higher. Like, that is simply the case. I don't know why it was higher. On paper it didn't look like it should be. But the simple fact of the matter is I was looking at the numbers and the Uchigatana damage was quite a bit higher than the Scythe. Sending spirits to the afterlife. Tell him Tony sends his regards. Bleed. I don't think it was just the bleed. Because the bleed would tick up. What I mean is each individual hit was doing like an extra 70 damage or something. That's like 20% extra damage over the Scythe. Like, that is significant, and that's not accounted for by the 30 bleed damage you do. This is one of my favourite topics, apparently. I pray that's permanent. I do not want to have to do this again. That didn't look like a normal death, though. I think that probably was permanent. Can't be sure. But it seemed that way. Good. Good. Right, I can actually explore this place safely now. Or relatively safely. Uchi's one of the best. Just bleed proc on Uchi is bad in DS3. That's why you need Carthus Rouge normally. Oh, I wasn't using the Carthus Rouge for the demon boss fight. That would have helped. Could this be a treasure? That's incredible. Because I've heard people... Interesting. I think that's a coincidence that there's a body there under bloodstain. What was I thinking? That's incredible though, because I've heard people consistently say that the Uchi Katana is bad in Dark Souls 3, and yet it has consistently been the best weapon we've had in the game. Even, like, I've been looking for a better dex weapon, and we even went with the boss weapon, Frida's Scythe, and yet the Uchi Katana seems to be at least as good, if not better. It is a stunning weapon. And yet I'm led to believe that the DS3 incarnation of it isn't that good. Ruin helm, ruin armor, ruin gauntlets, ruin leggings. What does that mean? What's so ruinous about this armor? Helm of the Company of Knights, who were sent to the Ringed City on an old king's orders. The knights sought the Dark Soul, but were so sadly crushed they had little choice but to swear themselves to the Judicator Giant. Oh, is that who I'm going to be fighting next after I wake the princess? The ill-fated company was later immortalised in a dark fable inspiring the aspect of certain golems in whom their name lived on. Oh! Yes, I thought Ruin sounded familiar. In one of the previous games, did we fight some sort of golem that was called Ruin something? Was it Ruin Sentry? Yes, that was it. In Dark Souls 2, there was that room with all those sentries in, and they were called Ruin Sentries. And I seem to remember remarking at the time that the name was slightly odd. The better dex weapon is right there. Sellsword Twin Blades. You'll be happy to hear, Avon, that I did try the Sellsword Twin Blades against the demon bosses, the two of them, and it was a close second to the Uchi Katana. I was using them for quite a long time before I decided to swap out to the Uchi Katana. I did get the win with the Uchi Katana in the end, but as I say, it was a close thing. Ah, that must be the way forwards. I think it's because DS3 doesn't have many bosses who bleed well. Sorry, Sellsword Windblades. I've wrecked them with the blood proc from Dorothy's Gnawing. Haven't done that with any other bosses. In Elden Ring, blood affects like every 3 hits. Frida's is better for bosses from here on, but demon princes are weak to bleed. Interesting, but again, bleed procs, right? Like, that extra damage from the bleed, when the Uchi Katana makes contact doesn't do anything unless the bleed meter goes over. Correct? Goes over the threshold. Because what I am saying is, I tried both the Scythe and the Uchi Katana, and the Scythe... Sorry, wrong way round. The Uchi Katana, every hit was doing about 70 more damage than the Scythe. It's a hiding place. I don't know what that means. Remember the Ruined Sentinels? That's their armor. Yes! do indeed. Did you get split leaf greatsword yet? I don't know. Let's have a look. Where would I be looking for greatswords? Exile greatsword. Harold curved greatsword. So no. The answer to your question appears to be no. I've managed to poison and frostbite him, if you're talking about the one at the end of the DLC, but never bleed. Once bleed meter fills, it does bleed damage. Yes, that's what I mean. What I'm saying is, ignoring bleed damage, the Uchi Katana was doing significantly more damage than the Scythe. Let's see dragon, and then Lagarde ahead. I hope there isn't a dragon. Also, is that the church I'm supposed to be going to? It looks likely. No church bell, if that is.
Many of us are by the fire,
Hello.
forsaken. I speak of thine kind and mine. Behold this city. We are kindred, but like two eyes which gaze upon the other. Fear not the dark, my friend, and let the feast begin.
Oh, it's a pleasure to meet you. Visions of warrior. Could this be a dragon?
One was a wayfaring knight on an endless, forbidden search. Only the abyss granted closure, if not reunion with his beloved.
Interesting.
Fear not the dark, my friend, and let the feast begin.
Are you telling me to go into the abyss?
Many of us are by the
I don't
fire.
have the abyss
forsaken.
walker ring.
I speak of thine kind and mine. Behold this city.
Okay. Well, it was nice meeting you. Do you mind? Charming. Ditch sellswords. I hate the effect they had on this game's meta. He should bleed though. Every consecutive bleed is more resistant than previous. You mean their resistance goes up as they're bleeding? Logically, no. I'm just saying I've never procced it. Yes, he's resistant. Split leaf greatsword is neither split nor leaf nor a greatsword. Oh. Let me have a look then. Alright. Assuming it's a melee weapon, the answer appears to be no. Not immune though. I hope there's not a dragon. Frostbite with the occasional fireball firebomb wrecks a guy at the end of this. Getting him with poison breath on New Game 2 Plus was interesting. It helped though. Final boss isn't hard anyway. It was there, a halberd. Oh, was it? Sorry. I'm clearly blind. I'm really not seeing it. For some reason. Split leaf greatsword, correct? I don't see it. Isn't it the one after Many-Winged Halberd? Many-Winged Halberd. Do you mean Winged Knight Halberd? Or is there a Many-Winged Halberd? Oh, it's Black Knight one. Oh, you get it by buying it from Hag Merchant at the beginning of DLC. Oh, I see. Do you mind? Ouch. Frida's Scythe does split damage, which means it goes through damage resistances twice. Being a scythe, it also does reduce damage if you're too close. However, once you actually get it down, it's great for int dex build since it scales with both stats, a thing that hinders a lot of damage in these games. Oh, it is possible I was getting too close. As for the split damage, apparently that's not true. Someone else in chat corrected me earlier. I thought it did split damage. Apparently it is actually the case that when you have it in the when you use the, did they call it weapon art? The mode where you have the two scythes, or the scythe and the sickle. The magic damage applies to the second scythe, and the physical damage applies to the other scythe, the normal scythe. So when you're just wielding it normally, you're only doing the physical damage, you're not doing the magic damage. With Sharp Gem, it scales A on dex, but needs 26 strength. I've got it, and I can dual wield it. Frida's Scythe, if that's what you mean. Or are you talking about the split leaf greatsword? Ooh. Oh, the split leaf one, I see. So that's another bonfire. Well, I may as well sit here and restock my Estus. I see no reason not to. Doesn't open from this side. Why are they hiding behind every corner? Who even are they? Like, are they looking for me specifically? Or is this just what they do in this part of the world? They just wait behind doors waiting for the next person to walk through and shiver. Are you friend? Are you friend from earlier? I think you are. Okay, interesting. Still procs frostbite with the big scythe, though. Which will help against something like here. What was I thinking? I'll tell you what. One thing I was wondering is I was going to do Demon Souls after this game, which will be in a few streams. But actually, for this slot, my action slot, as my streaming schedule, it would be quite nice to just have some sort of palate cleanser game, like a game that would only last like maybe 2 or 3 streams, but which people would like to see and would be just a short break from the Souls-likes. If you know of any games you'd like to see, let me know. I'm not saying I will do that. I might just soldier on with Demon Souls. In fact, I don't even mind if it's in like the Souls-like vein. It's just, something which isn't fighting the same boss for 2 hours straight, Undertale. FPS? Important. You can ruin Lap's quest if you aren't careful. Okay. Can you elaborate on careful? Can I speak to him right now? I could do Undertale if people wanted to see that. I mean, you can try Chasm. I feel like Undertale is going to be isn't going to really be so, so actiony though. There's one shot and a lot of replay value. Okay, Chasm. I could give that a look. I'm not familiar with it. If you want to do an FPS survival type game, I'd love to see you play Stalker, Call of Pripyat. What do you mean by an FPS survival? Do you mean... like an open world game where you're trying to survive after a zombie apocalypse? Stalker Loki just walking sim. Yes, you can speak to him. Okay.
Oh. Well, fancy meeting you here.
Yes, do you come
a
here
true
often?
Blessing that we should seek the same place and find ourselves standing here together. I've got the last of my brew. Let's have our own little toast with it.
Siege Brow. That was oh, what, Siege. Was it Siege Ward's favourite? I remember in the first game it was Siege Mayor. Was it Siege Ward in this game? That was his favourite drink.
To my search, and to your duty.
You sound just like
and
Patches.
to the joy that lies before us.
You sound
All right, then.
exactly like Patches.
Bottoms up. Now, I'm off in search of the Purging Monument. Once I find
That
it,
is Patches.
everything will come back to me. Who I was, what I lived for, what my name was, and what terrible grudges I held. I don't know. I just have this feeling that that's the kind of man I was. Oh, don't hold it against me. I only think I was.
You sound exactly like Patches. I'm half tempted to go back and see if Patches is even at Firelink. In fact, I might just do that. You just can't progress past the Black Swamp without telling him where the Purging Monument is. It's somewhere before the Giant Stone Bridge that leads out of the swamp. What? There's another swamp? Oh my goodness! How many swamps is this game gonna throw at me? Why? I don't like them. Ugh. Undertale does have boss fights. Not sure what kind of action you're looking for, though. Well, I'm thinking more from the audience's point of view, if you see what I mean. Like, an action-y game would usually be 3D, decent-ish graphics. A lot of it is running around. Within that, there's a lot of scope. Like, that could describe most FPS games. That could describe games like... oh, what was it? There was a console game that was, like, really, really famous for a long time. Where you go hunting for treasure. Like, it was a franchise. There were several games in it. I've forgotten what it was called. I never played it myself. But there was, like... I know there was a Treasure Hunter series, which was... as I say, very actiony on console. For an FPS shooter, I've heard Titanfall 2 is good for a short game. Interesting. Lab evidently learned to make it. Miyazaki experience. More swamps! Stalker Cop is one of my most favourite environments after DS1. Tomb Raider? Uncharted was the one I was thinking of. Tomb Raider was a good guess, though. Another option for short action games you can play is Darksiders 1. War Master Edition might be easiest to get your hands on. You seemed interested last time I mentioned it, and it's pretty short. That's not a bad idea. I don't know how other people would feel about doing Darksiders, but I could... that's not a bad idea.
Now, I'm off in search of the Purging Monument. Once I find it, everything will come back to me.
Right, we are going back to Firelink very briefly. I want to see if Patches is there. I swear that is Patches we're talking to. But then again, could they both be Patches? Could it be Patches at two different periods of time? Because we've established that Dark Souls can be very very odd timey-wimey things happen in the Dark Souls universe, is I suppose what I'm getting at. Darksiders 1 will not be far from Souls-like. Have you played The Last of Us? I have not played The Last of Us. It's hack and slash. That's a mainstream game and is a shooter with a good story.
Well, Look at you, the luckiest lass in the world.
I just got hold of some truly fine...
Well, you're still here, but I still think
just
you two have the same voice. That's a mainstream game and a shooter with a good story. It's like 14 hours. Okay. Not a bad shout either. Not a bad idea at all, actually. Is it available on PC? Or is it a console exclusive? Right, okay. It is on PC, yes, the remake. Maybe that's the one to go for then. This is very graphically beautiful. Part 1 is a remake though. I mean, as long as it's decent. I mean, don't forget, I was doing the remastered versions of both Dark Souls 1 and 2. Hang on, will this purging stone be able to purge me of the dark sign? And if it will, is that a good idea? Be wary of up. Hollow gem. Wonderful. Part 2 is a remastered one. It's an apocalyptic world. Very good. Hello, who are you? You don't look too friendly. I don't think you're here to greet me, are you? Ow! I was trying to parry then, but I wasn't quick enough. Not quite sure what's going on with your chest either. There appeared to be a hole in it, but you weren't in all that much distress. You might be branded with the dark sign. Our brand isn't quite so obvious though. No, purging stones reduce curse build-up and make you look more human, but can't purge the dark sign or dark sigil. Okay, I am not familiar with the difference between the dark sign and the dark sigil. Why am I getting cursed as I go through here? That was weird. Oh, hello there. Curse is building up again. No, it's not. Ring Knight armor has some insane lore implications. I don't have any Ring Knight armor yet, do I? Oh, I see what you mean. Not like to wear, but just... You're telling me that is a Ringed Knight, and you're also telling me that the lore implications are significant. Pleased about that. That went much better once I stopped trying to Philonal spear ornament. Interesting. That went much better once I stopped trying to parry. I got a lot of souls for that as well. So many souls that I don't think they're respawning. Because otherwise they would be absolutely fantastic to farm. Right, I was going to look for the Ringed Knight armor, wasn't I? Wherever that's gone. The malformed black armor of the Ringed Knight, the armor of early men, was forged in the abyss and betrays a smidgen of life. For this reason, the gods cast a seal of fire upon such armor and those who possessed them. That's very interesting. So they're suggesting that the armor's slightly alive. Philonor's spear ornament looks so tough. What even is it? Like, what type of item? Oh, a black gaping hole in the flesh that resembles the brand of an undead. The darkness of humanity seeps from this bottomless pitch-black hole, the gap filled by the accumulation of the curse. The dark sigil will never heal, but there is a tale told of a firekeeper returned from the abyss and brought great comfort to the bearer of the curse. Blimey, came back from the abyss, a firekeeper. Isn't it what you wear on your hands? Or is it some sort of gauntlet? Oh, that's not the right one, is it? That's what I'm looking for. Not seeing it there. It's not. I have no idea where... Oh, is that it? No. I've no... Oh, that's it. The spears of the church watch over the princess's slumber, and this serves as proof of their fulfillment of their duty. The embellished gold cloth is woven with a crest of young grass. The princess's knights proudly displayed these precious favours, which were most often seen swaying from their identical ceremonial spears. I can't use it, even though it's technically an item in the usable category. Be wary of right. Oh, hello there. Like a nice chunk. Oh, it's a tool. Philonor's spear ornament. Usage proof of a church spear's fulfillment of duty. Used to rank up in the spears of the church. Turn in 10 spears of the church in order to receive the young grass you turn in 30 to the spears of the church altar to receive divine spear fragment. Hello there. I hope you're an enemy. I think you were. What are you doing? I don't know what they're doing, but I don't think it's good, whatever it is. Not good for me, I mean. I could be wrong, they could be trying to bless me or something. And I keep chopping them down, but I don't think it's that. Ow, that does hurt. Oh, and it heals you. Is that contingent upon me taking damage? No. didn't heal the bleed proc, if I understood that correctly. I think I did loads of damage on the first hit because they'd already had a load of bleed damage build up. Oh dear. Don't know who keeps doing that, but I don't appreciate it. Okay. Okay, seriously, who keeps casting that on me, and can you stop it? Where are you? You can see me from here, but I can't see you. Ah, are you on that level? No? I don't think you are. Seriously, who keeps doing that? Who's aggroed and where are you? This is infuriating. Where are you? Show yourself. You coward. And I'm dead. That could have gone better. Swinging gets you more distance, if I'm correct. So when you drop, also swing. Oh, you mean with my sword? That's interesting. Not do a particularly good job there. I think it was that enemy that was causing my curse level to tick up. I'm not sure if it was based on proximity or something else, but that's what it seemed like. And this one. Good. Right, now we find out if that knight's back or not, that ringed knight. They are back, okay. I wasn't actually anticipating that. No, that's 40k souls gone. What a nuisance you are, sir. It's fine. What a way to wake up. Someone running you through. Okay, let's try this again. you what, I could be wrong, but I feel like these ringed knights, these ringed city knights, are actually the toughest knights we've encountered yet in any of the Souls games. I wouldn't want to have to take more than one of them on at a time. Like, you know, excluding, like, individuals that are bosses, you know, like, individual people that happen to be knights, like Ornstein. Oh my goodness. That could have got better. I think I've already used 3 Estus just to get to the knight. So I was told to make sure I report the location of the purging stone before leaving the swamp, and I haven't found the swamp yet. So that of course opens the possibility that it's in the swamp or before the swamp, or rather those are the possibilities. Hey Big Chief John, lovely to see you. How are you today? I just realised something. Oh, I'll deal with it later. I haven't put the Ashen Estus back on the quick bar or whatever it's called. Excellent. Yes, let's put the Ashen Estus back. Hopefully I won't be dealing with any more toxic anytime soon. But you never can be sure. Hey Scott Bot, lovely to see you. How are you today? Swinging like Gwyn. Thank you for the for giving Scott Bot a shout out, Pikachu. It is a shame Frosty Tools is still not working. It would be nice if someone else who used Frosty Tools could tell me if they're also having trouble, but I don't know if there's anyone that uses Frosty Tools with us right now. I'm doing fine, just got some time to stop by for a bit. Oh well, thank you for stopping by, I do appreciate it. Awfully kind of you to spend your free time here. There's at least one more in this area, I think. Yes, there we are. Running the opposite direction to me. Good. Blimey, that's a lot of emotes, Big Chief John. Well played. I don't know about that. Alright, I'm now done with my Metal Gear Marathon. Oh, how'd it go? Oh, and thank you for giving a shout out to Big Chief John. That's annoying. That's very annoying. Oh well. Did you play the main games only? I'm wondering if I should sort out. I should make sure Spook is available because that reduces our full damage. Let's put Spook on the list at least for now. Died to stamina. That wasn't very clever of me. Ow. It went about as expected. Wasn't that bad other than going for big boss rank and a few hard sections. What's big boss rank? You clear all enemies every time. I usually just run past if I've cleared them. MG1 and 2. MSX, MG1 and 2 NES, MGS1 and VR missions. Me. They are scary. No. Goodbye, souls again. We'll get it sooner or later. Why not 2 and 3 and the other ones after? And why the same games on multiple platforms? Are the missions different or something? Yeah, that too. Yay. I wonder who these individuals are. The Ring Knights, I understand, were obviously they're humans from a very long time ago who were protecting the Ringed City. But who are these chaps? dear. Not their day. This is actually going to be a very interesting task, and the one I knocked down, yes, they can keep the effect appearing under my feet, even if they don't have easy line of sight. That's interesting. Big boss rank requires you to beat the game under a certain time, play on the hardest difficulty available, never be spotted, never get any kills that aren't required, and only one healing item can be used. Why only one healing item? That almost sounds like one of those rules where it's mandatory to use a healing item at a certain point in the game or something. Because I was also going for 100% and I've now hit burnout and need a break. Oh, that's why you didn't go on to do the other games. Oof. 100%ing those games seems like a torture method. Are you replaying it, or is it your first time? That's the one that was getting me last time, isn't it? Bye. I do have an idea though. I wonder if I'm supposed to jump down onto this first. Looks like it. This looks like the easier way to do it. No! That's the stairs. There they are. Hold on, I'll catch up with chat in a second. Where are you? Where are you hiding? There you are. Good. That problem's been dealt with. Now I can just focus on jumping over there. Yay! Managed it. Am I hearing the ring knight that's down below, or here? Why here in particular? Yes, I think I am. I don't think there's another one up here with me, because that would be unfortunate. Twinkling Titanite. Very nice. It'd be a shame if someone jumped on that ring knight's head. Hold on, I probably should focus for this. I don't know how I managed that. I made myself look a lot more competent at the game than I actually am, I assure you. Where were we? MSX was made by Kojima, but not the NES ones. MG1 on NES is like a reimagining of MG1 MSX. MG2 NES was made without Kojima even knowing about it, and it's a completely different game. Of those games, the only one I played was MGS1. But I've played the rest of the main games other than Peace Walker. MGS2 is super good. I've played 1 and 2. MGS2 is the reason I need a break. Getting all dog tags will take forever. Oh my goodness. I remember ending the game and going into the dog tags option, and I only had 2 of them. Goodness. Shriving Stone. So I'm guessing those the dog tags are hidden about in the game. And there's probably dozens of them you're supposed to collect or something. Blimey. What's going on there? They don't appear to have conventional heads. Not sure what these creatures are. They're scary old things though, let me tell you. Do you want to follow me in here? Oh, you will. That's awfully nice of you. He's still coming? No. That's alright. I can abuse this. Ow. Maybe you'll abuse me. I've fought these things before, haven't I? I've forgotten where. Was that just on the way here? Got to have the wrong spell up. Like going through the Dread Keep. Yes, I think it was. No! After all that. Try plunging them from the bridge. I didn't see a way to do that. I mean, I'm sure you're right. Are you going to do the new remake coming out as well? Try, the massive thing in the middle seems to take exception to your being there. Indeed. This is so. By the way, other than MG1 on MSX, that's probably or MSX, where there is a spot where you need the ration. The only one ration requirement is there because you can never be spotted anyway, so you're only losing health to boss fights and you need to get good. Also, there's a few moments where you can get a free heal. Interesting. But it's odd that they would, if it's possible to play the game without using any heal, it's surprising that that's not what the category requirement would be. Thank you for giving the shout out to Georgius Pikachu. I don't have a PS5 to stream it. Are you on Xbox or... Hang on, let me... let's try the fancy shout outs again and see if they're working. Nope. Barely alive. Job done. But at what cost? These enemies are fantastic to farm, but blimey, are they a challenge to kill? I guess that makes sense though. I didn't see you. Oh, I am doing a very incompetent job this time, aren't I? Okay, that's suboptimal. Oh, they died anyway. Probably full damage. It's interesting the way that knocking them, staggering them seems to cancel the spell. Do you mind not hiding like that? No! Oh, this is suboptimal. No! Well, at least I got the souls. That was the very last thing I did. $80 games. I bought it because I stream and the games I tend to play would be on it. But on the bright side, the Switch 1 games seem to run better. Switch 2 games? Yep. Gross. Nintendo is the first one switching to $80 games. So far, that's really only Mario Kart, DK, and Pokemon ZA are $70. Don't those need like a paid upgrade? I remember when £40 was the, No, I think I remember when £30 was the price for AAA games. Now a AAA game that gets newly released is usually £60. Hello there, Mr. Knight. Let us do honourable combat together. Ow. Goodbye, souls. Even $70 feels high for those games, honestly. Well, I mean, that's typical for Nintendo, though. They just do what they want, and they get away with it. Because people don't stop playing their games. Paying for them, rather. People don't stop buying them. This time. Zelda, we'll be getting the Dusk Bloods. Not really. I think all games just have better frame rates on Switch 2. But what you're referring to only applies to some games. Pokemon S/V runs way better for free. Some games are an extra $10, and some like Zelda are $20. Wait, so they make you pay to play some of your Switch 1 games on Switch 2. So they've already sorted out the compatibility problem. The Switch 1 games can play on the Switch 2, but then they make you pay for the privilege of doing so. Yeah, charging an upgrade fee for the same game is just capitalism horror. Another reason I'm not getting a Switch 2 Well, I suppose what they would argue is you're actually getting a massive discount on the game, and that the Switch 2 version is technically a different game, in the same way that just because you put a game on Xbox doesn't mean you automatically get it on PlayStation. But, it doesn't sound ideal, does it? I remember it used to be the case that having backwards compatibility would sell consoles. Well, not quite sell a console, because if you've already got a working console for a particular game, why would you pay to just play it on a different console? But like, it would be a major selling point that you can play all your old games on this on the next iteration of whatever console. Haha! That's gonna make life easier. Excellent. Now they charge extra for that, apparently. That is the dumbest thing I've ever heard. What did I say? You say that about $80 games, but the people complaining about that are willing to pay $100 for GTA 6, and that will be worse for gaming. They only run better, as I'm aware, because Switch 1 was dropping below the locked frame rate. So if the Switch 1 is locked on 30 FPS, you won't get higher than that on the Switch 2, even though it can do it. Even the PS4 games were given a free upgrade to PS5. I'd argue Nintendo is way worse than GTA 6 costing $100. Now, you don't need to spend the extra $20, it's just for extra things. Extra things? Nintendo can brick the system remotely if they want to. Extra things, you mean unlocking the frame rate to 60 and getting a normal render distance and resolution? Okay, that's better then. If you gave me a Switch 2, I would pawn it. It's worse than being region locked. What are they doing? You buy a game on PC and you can keep it for 10 PC upgrades to come and change the settings as you like. Now, like able to use interactive map on your phone for Zelda. Yeah, that's surely not a gimmick to make the pay for the upgrade justified. At this point, they should just give GTA 6 away as long as they've been in development. That's not actually as silly as it sounds. They're obviously not going to do that, because they want to make as much money as possible. But I believe GTA 5 is still the highest grossing game ever. And I think that's largely due to the paid for stuff in the online mode. So they actually, it wouldn't be a silly model for them to give the game away and then just rely on the on selling their virtual currency, for example. What? They're inside those stairs. Don't kill me. No. Did you see them swat me out the air? I was mid-air when they hit me then. Goodness me, I'm not doing well on Estus. At least I survived though. Yeah, obviously they wouldn't do that, and it would be bad also. But people should maybe stop caring about GTA 6 so much. What makes you say it would be bad? Why would it be bad if they gave the game away? It's clear they wouldn't hurry it when GTA 5 is making tons of money. That's why they started so late on GTA 6. Yeah, I think you're probably right. Now Silksong, on the other hand, release it right now. You know what, GTA 6 is a brand name that people buy anyway without knowing if it's actually a good game, just like Pokemon. I think when GTA 5 sells well for $100, other companies will try doing the same thing, and it will be worse for gaming. Yeah. Yeah. I think you're probably right. These enemies are horrible to deal with. Okay. I don't know how I did that. I genuinely don't know how I did that. There seemed to be some combination of a plunging attack and running at them, but job's a good one. Because getting GTA 6 free would mean they need to implement other stuff to get more money. Free-to-play model is horrible. Yeah, but they do that anyway. That's what I'm saying. I could be wrong. I'm fairly certain I'm right in saying GTA 5 is the highest grossing game ever. I could be wrong, but I think that's because of all the paid add-ons that they already have in the game. Not because of just raw sales. Like sales of the game. If they even suspect you of doing something that violates the TOS, they can brick your system. But obviously they won't give away a free story game. It would only make sense with an online game. Wait, is GTA 6 not online? I did not know this. I'd love to continue the conversation, but I've got to head out. Have fun. Okie doke, Scottbot. Have a lovely time. Thank you for dropping by again. Yeah, maybe get GTA fans to have played a total of 3 games. It's been worse for gaming ever since they started over-the-air updates that allowed them to release half-finished games and update it later. Yep. Back in the day, there was serious quality assurance that was put in place to make sure that games that actually went out on disc were playable. Not anymore. Right, is this a shortcut?
Thine own god, if thou canst recall.
Oh, hello. I do not know.
As I thought, such memories were lost by thy kind long ago.
I skipped
and so
some of
it is
that.
ye who yearn for darkness.
What?
Give thy memory a nudge, and name thee thy god. As I thought, such memories were lost by thy kind long ago, and so it is ye who yearn for darkness.
Okay, well, it's a pleasure to meet you, ma'am. I don't know who you are. I was hoping that would be a shortcut, but it is not. Let's keep going, shall we? Ah, this must be the bridge you were talking about. Ah! Oh my goodness, this is not going well. some games don't even get to what would be considered playable back in the day. Yep. Although to be fair, there were examples of games released in a atrocious state. I remember Daggerfall, the Elder Scrolls 2 Daggerfall, was released in a genuinely unplayable state. It was not only horrendously buggy, so like constantly falling out of the world and dying. No! Oh, this is frustrating. But like the main quest itself was actually broken. So even if you put up with a game that literally did not, a game engine that literally did not work, I'm gonna try running for my souls. It was literally impossible to finish the main quest because that some quest trigger wasn't set up correctly in the released version of the game, and this then gave them a major problem because this was before games generally had you could update them online, so they ended up obviously releasing patches online and making it available on their website because they just about, you know, this would have been the late 90s, so websites were just about around by then. But, you know, a lot of people wouldn't have had access to those. That's the thing. A lot of people didn't have the internet in the late 90s. And this is frustrating. And even when Bethesda finished patching it, like they brought out the last patch, the game was still horrendously buggy. Like it was a lot better than it started. It genuinely was like just an unplayable mess when it first came out. Even fully patched, it had a lot of glaring bugs. There was, you know, at least the main quest could be finished, but I believe there were still quest lines that were bugged, and it was still fairly easy to fall through the world in certain locations, etc., etc. And ultimately, it wasn't until people started unofficially patching it, many, many years later, I believe, that we actually ended up with something resembling a playable Daggerfall. Well, to be fair, the final patched version of the game was playable. It was just buggy, you know. It's like a lot of Bethesda games are today. Oh, this is frustrating. Yeah, they do care less about releasing a finished game. Part of that is because game complexity and diversity of hardware makes it infinitely harder to release a game without bugs, and the game won't have a problem with all hardware. Yes and no, it depends upon the bug. Those sort of bugs, hardware bugs, are likely to lead to a game just malfunctioning in a fairly obvious way, like the graphics are all messed up. I think you're unlikely to end up with, like, this quest doesn't trigger but only on an AMD CPU, for example. That's pretty unlikely. There is some truth to that, but honestly, solutions exist to these problems in software development. Look at what people do, for example, in aviation. There's a lot of software that has to be written for the aviation industry, and it cannot fail. Like, if it fails, then that may be lives lost. And so there's a lot of things they do to mitigate the chance of serious bugs. So to a large extent, it is down to lack of will as opposed to lack of ability. Moss fruit, that's interesting. Oh, this place is horrible. Can I have a bonfire, please? Pretty please. Bonfire in here? I think the answer is no. What? Okay. I'll tell you what we're doing. Although this may not work. No, there's 2 ring knights there. That's too many. All I'm trying to do is get to a safe spot where I can use the coiled sword. And then we can rethink our strategy here. Maybe that's not sensible though, because what am I going to do other than run through? I think it's clear fighting my way through that many enemies is a little too difficult for me. Right, is this where we started or have I gone off in a different direction? This is a different direction, I'm pretty sure. Alright. Three young white branches. I wonder what those are doing there. Bonfire, please. I see fire. Not bonfire, but fire. Bonfire! Yes! Wait. That doesn't go to the other bonfire, does it? No. That would be silly. That's the point. I never found the shortcut in the previous area. That's a really good point. If we go back there quickly. I mean, I've got the next bonfire, so we can always pop back here to explore when we want. But also because companies just try to rush out games and don't let developers do the job fully. I won't disagree with the points you made, but I would add that a substantial reason they do it is to beat a competitor market or to keep a schedule. Call of Duty, for example. Maybe try using the steel of protection ring. That might help, but I don't know if it would help enough. I never found the way over here. Ah! There's a way up. Okay, so that probably is from the swamp. Right, okay. Probably, not definitely. Ringed City streets. So that's what happened to the streets of the Ringed City. And even if they did have access, many of them would have lacked the knowledge to follow the instruction to patch it. Well, I assume it would have come with install instructions, but I do take your point. It wouldn't have been as straightforward as it is today. Bethesda and buggy games, who would have thought? Well, I think Daggerfall was their first buggy game, wasn't it? I don't think Arena came out super buggy. Just like Blizzard, working as intended and indie developer. Well, this is why I don't really play big AAA games Oh yeah, those happen especially on PC with mixed hardware. Oh yeah, because aviation software is primarily built to be simple and reliable. The more you add, as I said, the more difficult it is to keep bugs out. Games were simpler, now they are more complex and can lead to more bugs. I kind of disagree, I'm sorry to say. Like, complexity is... Managing complexity is the whole point of the whole field of software design. Like, it is a solved problem largely. Like, we can build very complex systems that are bug free. Most people just don't care to do so, and those people will then claim that it's not possible to do it, or that it's extremely difficult, because it's in their interests for people to believe that it can't be done. I mean, that's not just like individual developers, although it is individual developers. That's also companies in the software industry. Like, if people realised that the level of bugs we are used to is completely avoidable, it would hurt a lot of sales. Like, they want you to think that constant updates to software and releasing things in a buggy state is just the way it has to be. It doesn't. Like, it is absolutely possible to do a much better job than is currently being done in most cases. There's like nothing here in this swamp besides some items. The bonfire is on the right after entering the swamp. In a building. Well, obviously I didn't say it's not possible. It just takes money and time and effort for the company. More complexity means more potential bugs that need to be fixed. Sort of. I get what you mean. But you handle that with procedures and protocol. It's more about how you develop the software than the nature of the software itself, I would suggest. So I'm looking for this purging stone, aren't I? That's what I'm here for. White preacher head. What? Why have I just taken somebody's head? And it is not a key item? What type of item is it then? It's a helmet. An empty head of a white-faced locust that rose from an abyssal swamp. The white-faced locusts were meant to beckon men to the dark with sermons, but most of them are unable to think past their own stomachs, so one must rise to the occasion and restore the path of righteousness. Perhaps that someone is you. Did you not arise from the abyss, and did you not resist drowning in the age of fire? Locusts and men are kindred spirits. Interesting. Obviously a 2D game is going to have less potential for bugs than a complex 3D game that has complex mechanics and 100 AO walking around. The thing is, that like kind of misses the point. Because what prevents bugs is having good procedures in place. And if you don't have good procedures in place, the 2D game will be buggy. If you do have good procedures in place, the 3D game won't be. The quantity of stuff you're producing, which is essentially what the complexity comes down to, doesn't really alter that. It just means more people, more time, more money. Blimey. I don't know what that was. Ah, it's one of them. I mean, I do get what you're saying.
Like the dark with learning, but in the knowledge was wanting. The world began without knowledge, and without knowledge will it end. Does not this ring clear and true? Fear not the dark, my friend, and let the feast begin.
Yes, and the procedures are harder to make for more complex games. I don't mean procedures in the programming sense. I mean procedures as in how code gets... what has to happen before code gets added to the main code base. How much unit testing you're doing. Things like that. You know, how many programmers' eyes have to go over a bit of code until it's accepted? Who ultimately has final say as to whether a piece of code is correct. Just management of people. You know, who's assigning jobs to whom? Silver Knight Lido? Oh no. I wasn't prepared for this. No. There's so many things that can go wrong which you'd never have even thought of in a game. There's many complex mechanics and world. Yes, but there's some truth to that, but it's still, depending upon the culture at the company and the procedures in place, a lot of that can be handled properly. It is genuinely very rare for the sort of considerations you've outlined to genuinely be the cause for a bug. It can happen, but it's very, very rare. Because the thing is, if you're writing good code, you have to think about at each stage what are the valid inputs and outputs of each system within the software. And you should probably be putting checks in to make sure that things are what you expect them to be. That can be a bit more contentious, but you know, you should certainly have checks like that in debug builds anyway. And you should have people that are thinking about interactions between systems specifically. You know, what happens in the case of a game when the various systems we've implemented interact with each other. Because ultimately they're all just talking to each other through some sort of message or function call. And those all have to be that they should have that should all follow a protocol that has been defined, probably in some sort of document, well before programmers actually started writing it, and people should have thought very, very hard about what could go wrong. That, incidentally, as I understand it, is the most common thing that companies don't do that do lead to bugs. They don't have the stage of asking what could go wrong. You know, they don't... The typical example would be a programmer's writing a function and they don't ask themselves what happens if one of these values is out of bounds, out of range. It just doesn't cross their mind. Well, you should be thinking about that. You know, what does system A do when system B tells it to do something that is impossible? that should have been thought about. Yes, but you can never pre-plan everything like that when making a vast game. You can get pretty close. That's why I said it's easier at time. Old games were pumping out so fast because they were simpler. That I agree with. That is absolutely true. And now look at GTA 6 and how long that's taking. Games that are harder to build and actually make without bugs. See, that's... That's where I'm... It's the harder to make without bugs bit which I find problematic. So companies try to speed it up. They're certainly harder to build, they certainly take longer. They certainly are a lot more complex, all of that I agree with. Cyberpunk took literal years and still came out a buggy mess, but they fixed it after and now it's great. Yeah, that didn't need to happen. See, that's the thing, people have been conditioned to think that that is the normal state of things. It needn't be. That's software companies being lazy or simply not knowing how to do things properly. I'm not very good at dealing with this NPC, am I? You can just pre-think what could go wrong in a complex open world game. Oh, you can just, and there's no go-to documentation of every single bug. Making a new game, not a game that's already out. I'm sorry, I just disagree. What you're talking about is managing complexity, and we have solutions to this. I will grant you that it may be challenging to absolutely release something 100% bug-free, but you can do such a good job. It is, and as I say, other industries prove that. It is not the case that it is normal for a piece of software like a complex video game. It's not the case that it need be released buggy. It needn't. These are soluble problems. So bugs are so insanely hard to catch, and you can be amazed how you would even think that it could have happened. But that's the exception. That's the exception rather than the rule. And that is not what the vast majority of bugs are. If you looked at like all the bugs in Skyrim upon release, how many of those would come under that category? Very, very few as a proportion of the total bugs in the game. You know, we're talking maybe 1%, I would guess, off the top of my head. That is just a complete guess, but bugs where you could really say they're insanely hard to catch. You can get pretty close though. I respectfully disagree. You're making a whole world and it's interactable, so that's not a problem. I'm reminded of that analogy, not analogy, I'm reminded of that, oh, what's it called? I can't think of the word, not Maxim. I can't think of the proper word, but I'm reminded of that, that statement that, anything sufficiently advanced will look like magic to a less advanced society. Like, I think you're being... I don't mean to be rude. To me, I think you may be surprised at just how simple a lot of this is beneath the hood. And I don't mean any offence by that. I hope it doesn't come across that way. I do struggle with tone sometimes. Imagine a 2D platform game. You don't have much to interact with. You just need to make a platform and make it not pass through the character. Obviously, I'm dumbing it down, but there's so little that can possibly happen. In a 3D world with complex mechanics, there's literally infinite things that can happen. Yeah, but that's not the way you... That's not the way you think about it. You solve it one part at a time. There's essentially, the game is made up of lots of individual components, and each component does one thing well and has very well defined inputs and outputs. And all you have to do is, well, the first thing you have to do is you need someone that's good at software to design, to do the big picture stuff, thinking about what all the main systems of the game will be, and how they are going to... Well, not necessarily how they're going to pass messages to each other, but the types of messages they can send. And you worry about getting that absolutely right. And that's where you would deal with a lot of the really weird stuff, where systems communicate with each other in unexpected ways. That's the first thing you do, and that would produce some sort... from that you would produce some sort of technical design document, and then from there you would work your way down into just very simple data structures and functions, or objects, depending upon the type of language you're dealing with. Or is it monads in functional programming? And you would at that level as well make sure that everything is designed well, and you have thought about what happens if it gets given wrong input. And that doesn't necessarily mean that every single component has to have a failure state for everything that could go wrong in the release build, but it does mean that you've thought about what could go wrong with every component, and if you're going to leave a component that can't handle invalid input, then you have thought about how to deal with those errors at another level, at a higher level. More variables equals more possibilities equals potential bugs. So, okay, the thing is, the number of possibilities is combinatorial. If for example, you had a component that could have 4 possible values. No, let's go with 2 possible values. You have a component that can have 2 possible values. It's essentially Boolean. Now, if that is the entirety of your game, then your game has 2 states in it. If you have 2 of those, there are 4 possible states. If there are 3 of those, there's 8 possible states that the whole system could have, and so on and so forth. The point is, you make sure that both at the low level, each individual component has been written in such a way that it is as error-proof as you can make it, as failure-proof as you can make it, and then you also make sure you have had higher-level thinking about the way that systems interact. And that actually would come before the lower-level stuff. Now, the fact that the total number of possibilities is astronomically high doesn't really matter, because it becomes additive, not combinatorial. So like in the example I gave, yeah, let's say you had 10 of these components in the game engine. That would mean that the game engine itself has 1024 possible states. But you only really need to... you don't need to account for all 1024 states. You only have to account for each individual object, which means you're looking at about 20 states. or 20 you have 20 things to worry about. Now, yes, there is, as I say, higher level thinking as well about how systems interact and the messages they send to each other, the protocols they use and so on. So actually the total number of problems you have to think about probably will be slightly higher than that. But the point I'm getting at is we can manage complexity. You can... The number of possible states that the system can have is going to be much larger than the number of problems you need to solve to make the system very nearly bug-free. Now, I do take your point that occasionally you will find one of these very, very rare bugs where, the 1 in 1024 bugs, if you will, where if everything is set up in one very specific way that you didn't think of, maybe a bug does trigger. Maybe. But those are exceptionally rare. Those are not the bugs that we see in most games that are released in a buggy state. Most games that we see released in a buggy state are in a buggy state because they didn't do a proper job of designing the components of the game in the first place. You can build one component at a time. You can have thousands of components interacting with each other in a complex game. You can't possibly test billions of combinations at once. You don't need to. You're thinking way too low level. It's easy to say you can just think about a data structure and make sure it doesn't go wrong. But games aren't built in such low detail. It would take centuries. They are made with game engines which are pre-existing stuff you can use to save time. Well, that's one way of doing it. The problem is, as you've sort of skirted around there, a lot of game engines are buggy, and so you're inheriting the game engine's bugs. And I'm sorry to, in the nicest possible way, that isn't true. It is not, it is perfectly feasible to design a modern game in, for example, C, in which case data structures and functions is exactly the level that you're working in. I mean, the operating system that I'm running right now, Linux, is written in C. The operating system. An operating system is a lot more complex than a game engine. Now, I'm not going to argue that it's bug-free, but the idea that you can't design a code base of that size in a lower level language is just not true. Whether you would want to or not is a different matter, and that would generally depend upon the studio in question. But yeah, it can be done, and it's not even, it's not unusual. It wouldn't be a strange thing to do. It's bound to have bugs. You can't just make a game engine that will fit every game and still not be buggy at a certain level. I still think it would be possible to do a much better job than is done, and even then, well, design your game engine for your game, not for every game. An operating system has more people working on it. It does indeed. But as we've established, the amount of work that needs to be done gets divided, or not even as we've established, as we can plainly see, the amount of work that has to be done is divided by the number of people that are working on it. It's, if there's more work to be done, then you get more people to work on it. My point being that even if an operating system has more people to work on it, ultimately, there's no reason to believe that any individual person is doing more or less work than any individual person working on a game engine. A game engine would have a smaller team, but less work to do. comparing a private game to an operating system that the world depends on really isn't a good example. My point is it can be done. And it could be done, and that could be the standard that we had set. You know, by, as consumers, we could have put our foot down more and said we are not going to put up with this level of bugginess in software. But we haven't. Now that is a whole nother debate. That is a completely different subject matter. As to whether it is not just whether consumers should behave differently, but whether it is even meaningful to talk about that. Like, to what extent can we expect consumers in a capitalist system to hold producers to account? You know, producers of any product, in this case video games. But yeah, I stand by the point I made, that the vast majority of bugs we see in software that gets released, especially video games, was not necessary. It is not the natural state of things. I do take your point that games are more complex today, but I also firmly believe that that complexity can be managed. I simply do not accept that it is the natural way of things that games will be released buggy and then released very buggily, and then they will just be fixed over time. Like, it absolutely is possible not to do that. I mean, in fact, we can use examples between companies. I believe it, correct me if I'm wrong, I believe it is still the case that Nintendo have a reputation for releasing games which are in a very polished state and don't contain lots and lots of bugs. Unlike, for example, Bethesda. You know, it's a different company, it has a different culture, they do things differently, they do a better job of keeping the bug count low. That's not to say that there aren't bugs in Nintendo games and they don't release patches. They obviously do. But to a much lesser extent, or at least the number of bugs they're fixing in each patch is going to be much smaller. These are manageable problems. If I'm mistaken and Nintendo has lost that reputation, then of course that analogy doesn't work. They certainly used to have that reputation. Alexa's bugs and vulnerabilities any operating system. It does. It has some, yes, without a doubt. Honestly, Linux has a much harder time of it because all the people contributing are volunteers and they aren't necessarily, you know, it's not like you've had a team where the manager has been able to choose the employees and can hold them accountable in the same way. But the point I was making about Linux was simply that was about data structures and functions. You were suggesting that no one would write software as complex as a game engine in a low-level language, and the point I was making is much more complex software gets written in a low-level language. So yes, you absolutely can. Oh, dearie me. Yes, it can be done if there were billions of dollars dependent on a game and it was open source and made to be stable rather than revolutionary and groundbreaking. I disagree with the assertion being made there. It wouldn't take billions of dollars. It would not mean the game has to be open source, because frankly open source software is not guaranteed to be less buggy than proprietary software. I assure you, I have used Linux for a long time. And it would not have to compromise on being revolutionary or groundbreaking. I fundamentally disagree. Yeah, maybe because Nintendo has a giga budget, makes subpar games that don't really innovate and look like 10-year-old games. Nintendo hasn't made a complex game. I've not played it, but on the face of it, I don't see why Breath of the Wild would be any less complicated than, say, Dark Souls 3 here. Operating system is written in a low-level language. You just can't expect people to write graphics in a low-level language. Well, they would be writing to a one of the graphics APIs like Vulkan or OpenGL or DirectX if that's still around. And not everyone can make a game engine. It's not realistic. They could if they wanted to. They may choose not to, in the interest of saving time and money, but they then pay for it later. They pay for it later in the cost needed to develop on a platform that they aren't necessarily as familiar with, and in working around other people's bugs and what have you. No budget, come on, that's not realistic. Dark Souls 3 was not developed on no budget. But the fundamental problem you're going to run into if you're an indie developer with literally no budget is that there's just a limit to how much work. You're likely to have a small team, because you're unlikely to end up with, say, 100 people that want to work for no budget. And there's a limit to how much stuff a small team can do. Which means you are not going to be developing very complex games whatsoever. You just can't, even if you're using someone else's game engine. One of the main things you're going to run up against isn't the programming, but the art and the music, especially the art. The sheer amount of art assets that goes into any into like a big open world game like Dark Souls 3 is staggering. Like the number of artist hours that goes into that. You have no choice if you're a small team with no budget but to think smaller. And that has nothing to do with your procedures for dealing with bugs. Cyberpunk was made with CD Projekt's own engine, yet it still had bugs. Right? Oh, dearie me. I'm really struggling with this particular enemy, aren't I? I'm not suggesting that absolutely anyone that develops their own engine is suddenly not going to suffer from bugs. I was talking about the fact that the level of bugs that get released in games nowadays and other software is much higher than it needs to be. And that games could be released in a state where they're almost bug-free, but they're not. The fact that I don't know how buggy Cyberpunk was on release, but the fact that if it was in a very buggy state, all that says to me is that they didn't, that they weren't writing to that standard of bug freeness. On release, Cyberpunk was so buggy and also performed so bad it was taken off the PlayStation Store. Right, and that's inexcusable. Like, that absolutely shouldn't have happened. That isn't a normal way. That isn't the way things could be, and it's not the way they should be. Oops. Oh, that's not so bad. Could be better though. Dearie me. Yeah, this hasn't gone well. It had a big budget and was teased for years, okay? But again, I'm talking about the state of the software industry and the fact that the vast majority of companies lack the will or expertise to release games in a state which isn't extremely buggy. But my point is, it needn't be that way. I'm using it as an argument to say that even with a big budget and company and time, the game was so complex it still got shipped in an unplayable state. No, it's the so complex that I disagree with. It's not the complexity that caused that. It's the conditions under which it was written. It didn't need to be that way. No! Stay alive. I'm gonna die. Deary me. And then they fix it with more time. Yeah, that's what happens. I'm saying that needn't happen. That is standard practice in the industry today. Not just the game industry, but most of the software industry as well. I say most of, I've never actually done an analysis to see what the majority of the software industry is composed of, but certainly as a ordinary consumer, most of the software that you encounter is developed with that sort of with that attitude towards bugs. Just get the product out quickly and we'll fix it later. But I mean, the real problems start before then. It's not just that they're rushing it, it's that they aren't properly testing things as they go along. They're not designing things to be as well designed as they should. Well, I guess we can disagree. I guess so. But I am glad that we can respectfully disagree. I just think you're undervaluing the complexity aspect. Well, obviously we can. It's not as clear who's right. Well, you say that. It's disappointing how frequently today people aren't necessarily used to the idea of respectfully disagreeing with someone. I really need to take out this this NPC. They've killed me over and over and over again. I am half tempted to try and cheese it at this point using... I did try ranged a bit earlier, but using ranged more extensively. Oh my goodness. Get out. Right. Wait, what? I didn't know I could do that. No. Oh, wow. Okay, I don't have time to charge up an attack when they're knocked down. What Linux distro do you use? Currently, for streaming, I'm using Garuda Linux. Just because I needed a distro that was quick to install and would do a good job with video games. And it seemed to be the new hot thing when I was setting this all up. So I just went with that one. Previously, I have used Gentoo a lot. Not so much now, though. I also have some, but less experience with Linux Mint. Oh, and Puppy Linux. But that was a long time ago. Yeah, I wish Linux gets even better in gaming. Yeah, it would be nice. For those that don't know, it's Valve, the owners of Steam, that have really revolutionised Linux gaming. It used to be the case, and this was the case when I first set this computer up, that the vast majority of games only worked on Windows, sorry. Sometimes Windows and Mac. And that was just because that was the operating system that game developers were developing their games for, because most consumers use Windows. So there were very few games that actually got released with Linux support. Now there's a project called Wine that allows Windows applications to run under Linux, but it's not technically... They say it's not an emulator. I sort of know what they mean, although I do think it's kind of debatable, but that's essentially what they're trying to do. They're trying to allow programs running on Linux to believe that they're on Windows and have access to all the things they would have on Windows in terms of, like, APIs and what have you. Anyway, the problem was that, of course, the Wine project didn't work well for every Windows application, because trying to reproduce all of Windows functionality is a very big undertaking. And so often it was hit or miss whether a particular game or piece of software would work well under Wine or not. But then Steam decided, when they wanted to create the Steam Deck, which is their handheld console, that A, they were going to use Linux, which made sense, because they wouldn't have wanted a proprietary solution owned by somebody else like Windows, and Linux already existed and worked well. And B, that they wanted to support as a large amount of their software library as possible, because they owned the Steam store full of, you know, thousands upon thousands of games. And so what they ended up doing was they created their own fork of Wine, that is like their own... They took the existing Wine project and then made their own version of it by editing it. called Proton, and that's how I play most of the games I stream. They're actually running under Proton. Some of them are running natively under Linux. Most of them are running under Proton, and this has only happened in the last few years. Like, I started streaming about 3 years ago, and I was using Garuda Linux from day one. Go back 3 years before that, and I don't think Proton existed. It wasn't possible. So Valve have done a lot to bring a lot of games to Linux, but currently that is the primary way that that we are able to play most games on Linux. Still, we are dependent upon Valve's Proton project. Obviously, I realise that you were aware of this all already, Daddiani. I was more giving an explanation for anyone in chat who perhaps is less familiar. Valve did wonders for Linux gaming with the Steam Deck. I don't want to switch just yet on my PC. I use Linux on my laptop. Proton works so well. Try using the steel protection ring. That's actually a good idea. Obviously they've already spawned in now, so I'm not going to do it this time. But if I die again, I will probably swap round. That's a really good idea. Oh my goodness. The attack just kept coming. Funny that I would spend 2 hours stuck on the those two demons, and then I would get stuck for at least another hour on this one NPC. Yeah, every game that I have streamed has been on Linux, obviously, because that's what I run when I'm streaming. And the oh, I've got Steel Protection +3. That's nice. And I've only so far had problems with one game, and that's Phasmophobia. Phasmophobia has a bizarre bug on Proton under Linux, where the voice chat doesn't work if you're in the lobby, but it does work if you're in a game. I can't explain it. It is one of the bizarrest bugs I have seen. But there you are. That is, as I say, having played through dozens of games seamlessly on Linux, that is the only time I've actually run into a problem. It does work well. You're right, that's... okay, I still mucked that up, but that's made the difference between my dying in 2 hits or 3 hits. Which will very probably make the difference between winning and losing here. It is hard to imagine how Linux gaming would get better, though, because I can't see any major games companies getting behind developing for Linux. And if they don't, then what else is going to change? I mean, it's always been the case that we've had indie games that run well on Linux. In fact, that used to be the case. I was talking about about 6 years ago or so, the range of games you could play on Linux was very limited. It was generally just indie games. Because often indie developers would bother to provide a Linux port, or may even be developing natively on Linux and then provide the Windows version effectively as a port. It used to be an exception to that. That's the developer of the Doom and Wolfenstein and Quake video games. They very notably provided Linux support. So, for example, Doom 3 runs natively on Linux. But since Bethesda took them over, I would be very surprised if we see any more id games, because Bethesda bought id. I'll be very surprised if we see any more of their games with native Linux support. I could be wrong. I haven't checked, for example, whether Doom 2016 has Linux support, but I suspect it doesn't. People just need to switch. Well, the problem is, and I hate to say this, but it's true, Linux has a very big problem with user-friendliness. So here's the thing about Linux. When Linux runs well, it works better than any other operating system I know. It certainly runs a lot better than Windows, it runs a lot better than Mac. When it runs well, it is a joy to work with. The problem is, once anything goes wrong, you have to be a technical wizard to solve it. It is infuriating. And the problem is that most people, or many people, would probably be fine with that, because ultimately it just leads to you Googling things and learning along the way. But there's a lot of people out there that simply wouldn't be up to that task, which I think often gets overlooked. That, you know, having the sort of mind that gets on well with technical problems isn't universal. And that's, I'm convinced, a big part of the reason why we haven't seen more widespread Linux adoption. Because it's just so user-unfriendly. It's a problem. Windows seems to be cutting its own legs, so we will see. Maybe if a lot of people go to Linux, we can get the games which can be played under Proton. League of Legends had a Linux version. It was dropped like about a year or two ago. I didn't know that. That's very interesting. Oh wait, I might be wrong. They just changed the anti-cheat and it can no longer run on Proton. Yeah, Linux isn't mainstreamed for the average guy yet. Even if Windows is horrible and has bugs. Yeah. It's a big problem, and it is a big problem because it's the problem of the user unfriendliness, I should say, runs really deep. It wouldn't be quick and easy to solve. It's not as simple as just sticking some nice friendly dialogues over the top of the Linux code base as it is, including the all this free software that runs on top of it. So I don't just mean the operating system, it's the operating system proper, but everything else on top, the whole software stack. Like, a lot of it has been designed in a very programmer-oriented way, and there is no straightforward way you could make it more user-friendly without rewriting it. And that is a problem. It would be a huge undertaking to actually make Linux considerably more user-friendly. And I don't see much will to do it, because it feels like there is the Linux crowd, the people that get on well with it and can cope with its user-unfriendliness. And then there are people that don't use Linux. And I just don't see among the developers for Linux much, as I say, much desire to make it friendly for other people. The general attitude you see is, well, you know, read the docs, learn it. Yeah, well, that's all very well for some people, but some people just can't do that. Some people can't just go through a manual for a piece of software, a technical manual for a piece of software, and understand it to the level that they would need to fix the problems. And even if they could, they may not have the patience to do so. And until that gets dealt with, we're very unlikely to see more widespread adoption of Linux. I was wrong. They just released a kernel anti-cheat, which made it not possible to play under Proton. Oh, did I read that already? No, I didn't. That's a slightly different message. Did you say a kernel anti-cheat? So are you suggesting that they released a kernel module that people have to have loaded to play their game on Linux? Because if so, that is pretty invasive. If anyone's not familiar, the kernel is the lowest level part of any operating system. Well, I suppose in theory you could have an operating system that doesn't work on the principle of a kernel, but for operating systems that have them, which is every operating system I'm aware of, it's the lowest level part of it. Why can't I beat them? They released Vanguard, which needs to be constantly be running from boot to let you open leaks, so you can't play on Linux anymore. Well, it sounds like you could, just no one's willing to, and I don't blame them. Or do you mean that Vanguard isn't supported on Linux? Essentially, the problem here is that because the kernel is such a low-level part of the operating system, it would have complete access to your entire system. And so you're essentially saying that whoever the software developer is, whatever company it is that makes Vanguard, would have access to, well, everything on your computer, essentially, and you're just trusting them not to do anything nefarious. They released Vanguard, read that, and they said they didn't care that it would make Linux unplayable because it didn't have a big enough player base. Right. So was this... Vanguard was for Windows then, the Windows kernel, I take it. Ow! What got me that time? Yep, I see. Well, that's nice, isn't it? League of Legends and Valorant use it. Yeah. I appreciate the problem that no one wants to play a game that is... Actually, that's not true. I was going to say no one wants to play a game which is rife with cheaters, but there are exceptions to that rule. But generally speaking, no one wants to play a game which is just rife with cheaters, and so they have a very big incentive to make sure that they keep cheating out of their game. At the same time... What? At the same time, there has to be a better way than giving the anti-cheat developers extremely low-level access to your system. That is so incredibly insecure. And I'm guessing this is all closed source, right? So people can even vet the source code to make sure that it's not doing something wrong. Is that correct, or is Vanguard open source? Yeah, I'm sure the Counter-Strike player base would take an invasive anti-cheat over having their game filled with cheaters. I mean, obviously Riot Games is owned by Tencent. I'm not particularly familiar. Well, I'm not familiar at all. I don't know who Tencent are. Oh, are they the developers of Vanguard, by any chance? Tencent is a big Chinese company, I see. Open source would make it easy to bypass. Potentially, yes, but it would also mean that people could make sure that it's not doing anything wrong. I mean, one of the main reasons why, in theory, running software like Linux on your computer should be completely safe is because the source code is open source, so anybody that has an internet connection can check it to make sure that it's not doing anything it shouldn't be. And yes, okay, that's not necessarily an absolutely perfect system because not everyone is going to be able to check the source code, and even if they could, they probably wouldn't want to. But in principle, it means that if someone tried to sneak code into the Linux kernel, which was doing things it really shouldn't be, then somebody in the world would probably notice and flag it up. But the issue is with something like Vanguard, which I think we've established only works on Windows anyway, it's getting very low level access to the system, and there isn't that oversight. You don't know what it's doing. Their old anti-cheat source code got leaked, if I'm correct, and made cheaters more common. XZ incident. Interesting. So that's when they developed Vanguard, was it? This extremely invasive anti-cheat software. He's determined to get this NPC. Well, of course, this is what I'm like. I'll set my mind to a particular goal, and I won't stop until it's achieved. That's how I tackle the bosses, and that's how I tackle all the other problems. Rarely do I deviate once I've set my mind to something. How did you break out of that? Very nice. Now, we learnt before that I can't afford to go straight into a heavy attack from there. Yes! There we go, I got him! Silver Knight Leto finally defeated. Goodness me, and we can look at the lore on his weapon now. Was it a great hammer? Great hammer wielded by Silver Knight Leto. Leto's hammer is far the heaviest weapon amongst those wielded by the Knights of Anor Londo. Anor Londo? What was he doing here then? Leto, an eccentric who travelled across the outskirts, became a close friend to the giants and even Havel the Rock. Interesting. Skill. Quarter stone. Spin to lure stones to the steel hammer and use strong attack to transition to an earth slam that shatters the stones in a shockwave. Yeah, Riot Games and Tencent don't really care about consumers or privacy. Tencent is like a big evil company. Yeah. And there's a lot of things they could do that would be very hard to detect, but would be not what one would want. Blimey. That's one of those bugs that we were discussing earlier, isn't it? Blimey. Don't see that every day. I got some titanite chunks for my trouble. I'm a little disappointed. I wasn't necessarily expecting lots. But I was kind of hoping for something more than just a few items. Like, you know, maybe another little area to explore or a shortcut or something, but never mind. Sorry, I'm cooked. Not a bug. It's intended by Miyazaki. Yeah, I didn't even see this guy when I played. Oh well. Jobs are good and regardless. Hang on. Just double checking. There's nothing there, is there? Or is there? No, I can't get down there. So I guess I have to go down the cliff. Like I did last time. Carefully. The question is, what on earth am I supposed to be doing next? I was looking for that purging stone, wasn't I? I really haven't a clue where I should be looking, though. I should probably go back to the bonfire in a minute, actually, for two reasons, actually. I've just noticed I can level. But initially I was thinking I should go back to the bonfire because my Estus is low after defeating that NPC finally. Oh, low on stamina, that's the problem here. There we go. Job done. Soul of a Crestfallen Knight. Yeah, I should probably walk back. That would make sense, wouldn't it? Where is that coiled sword? I must have gone past it. There it is. Equip the core to your quick access slots. I don't like to do that, and the reason is because I find it interferes with me getting to my Estus quickly. I know there is the hold down to access thing, but I prefer to just keep the quick access to... Oh, did you mean this thing, actually? That would make sense. The tool belt. Yeah, I like to keep the quick access bar as empty as possible.
Very well. Then take note.
Can I level yet? I can. More decks, please. We do like some decks.
Farewell, Ashen One.
Oh well. Level Vigor. Ah, it's a bit late now, but you keep getting one shot. Yeah, maybe you're right. What's my Vigor at currently? Oh, my Vigor's quite high. It's 33. My point being that the amount of difference it would take to go from, say, 20 Vigor to 25 would be a lot more than to go from 33 to 38, if you see what I mean. Given that I've only got a few more levels in this game, probably, I'm dubious as to how much difference that would make in practice. Wow, okay, they're way tankier than I expected them to be, these locusts. Pale pine resin. You're already on soft cap on decks at 40, so it's not that useful now. That's a fair point. That is fair. That's fair. Oh, here we go. And I'm dead. Taking this enemy out would be a reasonable next objective, though, since it'll make the area quite a lot safer to explore. You can never go wrong with Vigor. Up to a point. Did you read Avon's message? No. I will read that in a second. You appreciate I'm slightly distracted right now. Oh. Purging Monument needs secret ladder behind locked door and Ring 6 Street's bonfire room. Oh. Okay. Bit of a spoiler. But, I appreciate you trying to help, Avon.
I shall not.
Never mind. The way you get to it, so obscure it's impossible to do it without reading a guide or getting hints, honestly. I don't want to know yet. If I get truly stuck, that's fair enough. I will ask for help if I get to the point where I feel I desperately need it. But I prefer not to be spoiled, unless I have asked to be spoiled. Ah, sorry, should have gotten more context. You're alright, Avon. You're alright. You know, this feels like a real difficulty spike since reaching the well, this DLC, the Ringed, not the Ringed City, not just the Ringed City proper, but the Ringed City DLC. I guess that is exactly what you'd expect, but it's notable. I'll go back to lurking. Have fun. Thank you, Avon. Have a lovely lurk. I saw some of them disappear and thought it was safe. I was mistaken. There we go, got them. They're not actually that tanky. Hidden Blessing. Oh, I wonder what that does. Is it safe here?
Search thine own self.
Okay.
Fear the dark.
Maybe we'll have a word with them in a second. Divine Blessing, Hidden Blessing. Fully restores FP. Holy Water... Hang on. What does the first one say? Divine Blessing, Holy Water blessed by the Queen of Lothric. We don't know who she is, I don't think. Fully restores HP and cures ailments. Why would she be able to give a blessing? She's royalty, not holy, necessarily. The Queen of Lothric, married to the former King Osiris, was initially revered as a goddess of fertility and bounty. After giving birth to Ocelot, her youngest, she quietly disappeared. Interesting. And the same, Holy Water blessed by Queen of Lothric, Hidden Blessing. There is a grave in Lothric that sees no visitors, a dark place where rootless warriors rest. The Queen of Lothric alone cared to wish the poor souls good fortune. That certainly sounds very cryptic. Maybe Grinevere? I don't think it's confirmed. I see. Interesting.
I shall partake. I shall partake.
I was worried that would happen. Oh, 3 of them now. 1 down.
I shall partake.
No. Dead. Take it with a grain of salt. I'm not a master of law, though. At least this swamp doesn't poison. That is true. I am glad this swamp doesn't poison. That would be most unfortunate. Hopefully that big enemy is permanently gone now. I was trying to get up there because there's an item up there. At one stage I was anyway. No! They respawn! I honestly thought I had dealt with them. Oh well. Ringed Knight's Straight Sword. Charmer ahead.
And so, she lived in fear of the dark, of the things that gnawed at her flesh. And yet, the abyss hath yet to produce any such creature. Fear not the dark, my friend, and let the feast begin.
What?
And so, despite his weighty armor, he lived in fear of a delicate thing, little more than a girl, where fire resideth, shadows twist and shrivel, but in the abyss there are shadows none. Fear not the dark, my friend, and let the feast begin.
So it's clear, fear not the abyss, my friend, let the feast begin is just some sort of standard valediction they use when preaching.
And so, she lived in... And yet, fear not... And
That story didn't make much sense to me. What do they mean she lived in fear of dum-de-dum-de-dum, but no such fit creature has lived yet? Oh, the thing she was scared of, maybe? If there's a way in there to get to the other side of that locked gate, we obviously have to enter this building. Most likely up there. Not necessarily, but most likely. Which we've been going up that way. Incidentally, I don't want to, like, get involved with big combat again, but I may as well grab my soul since I'm running past here anyway. Ow! Oh my goodness, these things are annoying. What? Okay. Well, that was most unexpected. There's probably a creature out summoned by the big enemy over there. They still seem to be aggroed on me. That's interesting. We definitely should go there at some point. But until then, yet another area. So there's 2 areas I've discovered. Hang on, I think I've just worked it out. Avon mentioned about there being a ladder. I must need to get up there. Oh no, I take it back. There is a way in here. I was going to say I must need to get there from underground and up. But no. I just go through here. Swamp required ahead. Show your humanity. Show your humanity, swamp required ahead. That makes me wonder if I'm supposed to get some sort of item from the swamp and bring it back here. Or is that the purging stone? It might be. I don't know that it's not. I've got the shortcut now, so I could just walk to the NPC whose name I've forgotten, and see if I can tell him now that I found the purging stone or not. Wrong way. The NPC that most definitely is Patches. Oh, you're gone. That's suboptimal. Do you know, I have no clue where they've gone. That is actually a problem. That's peculiar. Because I distinctly recall being told I needed to go back to tell them about the purging stone. Oh, let me check something quickly. Do we have proper shout-outs back yet? Or is Frosty Bot still not working? Frosty Tools, I should say. Still not working. I wonder why. Oh, that's clearly one of the Ringed City Knights, but after they had the gods place that symbol on them, which actually is like actually burrows into their chest. Oh, it's shown up. Avon the Raven, a delightful gender-fluid streamer, enjoys a variety of games, particularly Souls-like titles. They recently embarked on a first run of Kenna, Bridge of Spirits, after completing Sekiro and visiting Amalur. The streams are LGBTQIA+ friendly and welcoming to chatters. Expect casual and challenge runs with no spoilers, please. Are you still here, Pikachu? If so, would you be able to give people the shout-outs that that were due some shout-outs now that Frosty Tools has decided to start giving shout-outs again? It's entirely possible she's not here anymore, in which case obviously I'll what? Okay, that was a dragon. I was told not to take the bridge out of the swamp though, and I'm thinking that's probably the bridge out of the swamp. I think that's a dragon. I wonder if that's the optional boss. I was told that there would be 2 mandatory bosses and 1 optional boss in the Ringed City DLC. Ow. That did not go well. No, that's okay. Just thinking out loud. Lap, that was their name, wasn't it? The NPC I needed to find. If Avon's still around, you did warn me earlier that Lap's quest is easy to fail. I suppose a confirmation that I'm still good with regard to that would be nice. The only reason I'm questioning it is because I went back to where I spoke to him before and he wasn't there. Which makes me... he's either moved to a different location or I've balked the quest. I don't need to know where he's gone to if he has moved, but it would be nice to know if he has moved or if something's wrong. Or I suppose if anyone else in chat happens to know. Okay. They chose their own death rather than let me slay them. Dragonhead Great Shield. Well, that's certainly continuing the draconic theme, isn't it? Is there anything about this Dragonhead Great Shield I should be aware of? This shield, as hard as a great boulder, is formed by the head of the descendant of an archdragon. We never did find out what an archdragon is, in distinction from an ordinary dragon, did we? The Ring Knights, by command of the gods, stood amongst the ranks who set out to slay the dragons, but their contributions were never lauded. Interesting. This is more interesting lore. So the gods, who didn't like the fact that the Ringed Knights had armor that was slightly alive and imprinted them with that big dent in their chest. Apparently they were also their allies and fought side by side against the dragons. Dragonroar, even the descendant of an archdragon, perishes not, and use of this skill restores its former strength, setting surrounding foes flying with a Dragonroar. You should be fine for now. Excellent, thank you for letting me know. What a huge valley. But this doesn't actually go anywhere. To confirm, is that the bridge you said I shouldn't cross? I'll just show it again, that bridge. There. The one where the dragon was breathing fire over it. Is that the one I should avoid? There's stuff over there. Yep, that bridge. Right, thank you. I shan't cross it until if only I had a jumping. I shan't cross it until I've made progress on Lap's quest then. Oh, hello there. Seed Storm, show your humanity. That's a fair point. So that's what that does. Got him. They're tough opponents. I stand by what I said earlier this stream. The Ringed Knights seem like the toughest knights, the toughest order of knights that we have encountered in any of the Dark Souls games up to this point. Like, every single one of them is a challenging opponent. They feel like mini bosses individually. Oh, hello there. You look scary. You are scary. I was right. You're very scary. Right, that shield's gonna mean that magic isn't a good option. I'm not sure I'm gonna win this. Wow. Oh, they're not defeated. They're still going. Got him. Wow. Iron Dragon Slayer helm. Let's have a look at that armor. Where's the Dragon Slayer armor I just picked up? Stark melted iron body armor of the ancient Dragon Slayer armor. Oh, as opposed to modern Dragon Slayer armor? So the modern one says golden lion armor associated with Dragon Slayer Ornstein from the Age of Gods, imbued with the strength of lightning. In the dragonless age, this knight, who long guarded the ruined cathedral, left the land in search of the nameless king. Stark melted into the body armor of the ancient Dragon Slayer. Stark melted iron body armor of the ancient Dragon Slayer armor. The armor defeated by the champion of Ash in Lothric was there for ages to rust, until it slipped into an abyssal swamp, where it was possessed once again by the memory of the hunt. Wait, so I was just fighting possessed armor? That wasn't actually a... There was no one in there, but I thought it was they were bleeding. So what do they mean by the champion of Ash in Lothric? Wouldn't that be me? You're suggesting I defeated them, then abandoned it, and then it ended up in a swamp, and then it got possessed, and then I fought it again? Because that would have to be in my future. Because I haven't encountered that armor before, I don't think. Are you an enemy? Well, if you were, you're not anymore. Smelgstein. Or Smelgstein. Doesn't it look like the one boss before Lothric? It does! But isn't that where I got the other Dragon Slayer armor from? The golden one? And I don't think it can be the same armor, because how would it have changed from gold to iron? I don't know the lore of this guy. Unless it was just like gold, gold plated. Is this where I need to be? Is this the humanity? Is this an ambush? Church Guardian Shiv. I don't intend to fight you all. Let me go. I will if I have to. There's no need for this though. Fine. Have it your way. Oh, you're letting me out now? Thank you. That really hurt. I don't know if the Church Guardian Shiv is what I was looking for. I don't really know what I'm looking for. I was just told to go into the swamp and find my humanity. Which is pretty unclear. Is that an item I've missed? Can I grab it without getting attacked? Well, without getting hit or attacked. Ooh! I have a problem. Right, I'm out of Estus. Okay, I think I've... This isn't the best way back, but it's the way back that I can immediately see. So let's try going back this way. Here's Zaki Classic. What, you mean having the enemy's body block me so I can't leave? Right, let's find out what that Church Shiv was. Was it Guardian Church Shiv or something like that? Let's find out what that actually is. Is it a key item? No. Is it a weapon? Oh, having an obscure puzzle for a quest line. Oh, I see. Yeah, that makes sense. Does anyone know what type of item this is? Ah, hang on. It's probably a spell. And yet I don't see it there. I'm gonna have to look this up. Hopefully I won't get spoiled. Inventory management can be a problem in this game, as you can see. Church Guardian Shiv is a projectile. I would not have guessed that. Where do projectiles go? Here? No. There it is. I missed it before. This special throwing blade has a flat tip and is wielded by guardians of the Church of Filianor. Consume FP to project illusory blades which seek their targets. Guardians of the Church, of whom few remain, watch over Princess Filianor's eternal slumber along with the spears of the Church. Right, so do I use it on this wall? No. That doesn't help then. Swamp required ahead. Show your humanity. That was anticlimactic. It was. I've explored most of the swamp at this point, haven't I? There was that woman we spoke to before. She wasn't in the swamp though, she was just outside of it. But she was asking us to find our god. That might be completely unrelated, though. I don't know. Not quite yet, but I am approaching the point where I might ask for a hint.
And so, dispel fear and let the...
Wait, when did I get so much? So many souls. And why have I not spent them yet? Ah, that's an object that I've not picked up. Just one though. Let's try it. Don't mind me. Dark gem. Tiny little locusts. One far ahead. I feel like a Knight of Katarina right now. Ow! I do not appreciate that. Twinkling Titanite, that's no good to us. Wow, I mean, you know, it is an upgrade item, but it's not, we've got plenty of it already, and it's certainly not what we were looking for. I'll have to take care of these enemies quickly. Like there. Where are you? There you are. Stop that, please. Thank you. Well, if I can say one thing for the swamp, it's that it's certainly good for experience. Okay, secured that area. Okay, without completely giving it away, is there a possibility of a clue? Wait, are you a non-combatant? No. He just hadn't seen me. The enemy that was over here is permanently gone, aren't they? Read the walls, literally. Interesting. I will do my best. Thank you. Yeah, nothing else in here. Right, heading back. Is it possible to get in there? No. How did they get up the top? Or is that one of those things where it's an NPC spawn point but we can't actually get there? Not very clear, is it? Oh well. Alright, heading back. Right, what we got? Show your humanity. Oh, do I need to purge myself? Oh, I'm a... Of course. What a fool I am. That's almost certainly it. I just need to look human. Let's level quickly. And I think I've only got one purging stone left, so I may as well buy some more of those. Vigor. Thank you.
Farewell, Ashen One.
Thank you. Do you have purging stones? No, that's Yuri's thing, isn't it? At least I think it is. Could it? I must have missed the context for that. Thank you.
Be safe.
Thank you. Still got to decide what ending I'm going to go for this in this game. Aren't my choices let the fire go out or let the fire go out or something? 40k worth of purging stones. Well, I do get through them. I die a lot. Oh, I actually did have a few more than I thought. There we go. Make the fire, let the fire go out. And the secret hollows ending. Is that not enough? What do you want from me? Toast? Show my humanity in a sort of social sense? You need to show humanity. Seek lizard. Seek lizard? I don't have a humanity item like I did in the first game, so far as I'm aware. Seek lizard. Could be a crystal lizard. You have lizard. I have lizard? Those bugs run kinda cute. Lovely to see you, Pikachu. If it's not too much trouble, Frosty Tools seems to be working again. Is there any possibility we could get some shout-outs for the various people that visited the stream earlier and didn't get proper shout-outs? I've already done Avon. You've never seen a cute bug? Oh, bugs and cute in the same sentence. Sig Swamp. I've never seen a cute bug in a Miyazaki game. Walltop, a delightful NB PNG tuber, invites you to their usually chill streams. They recently expanded their empire in Schedule 1 and battled with farm automation. From dating adventures to revisiting nostalgic games, Walltop's content is diverse. Will their empire thrive or will chaos reign? Tune in to find out. It even said I already have lizard, which is confusing me. Let's do Jake Shuffle. I remember Jake Shuffle was here earlier. Oh, you've done Big Chief John. Good day, dear viewer. Allow me to introduce Big Chief John. They seem to enjoy a good workout and perhaps even more so the digital recreation of such exertions through gaming. One might say they are a fan of both games and games. How delightful. Do consider visiting their channel for a spot of wholesome entertainment. Jake Shuffle, good day. It appears that Jake... What has it done there? Jake... Okay, is currently engaged in a Cold War within the realm of Call of Duty. Alas, the recent broadcasts remain a mystery. Have I made a mistake? I typed Jack Shuffle. That'll be why. That makes a lot more sense. Jake Shuffle is a streamer who enjoys gaming as part of their recovery journey. They often play the Souls series and World of Warships, and sometimes stream Phasmophobia or World of Warcraft. The channel is newbie friendly and focused on good vibes, with an emphasis on addiction recovery. Sorry, I can't believe I wrote Jack Shuffle. They also enjoy chatting with their audience and living in the moment. Sorry, Jake. Seek lizard in inventory. Seek swamp. If you did area quest, you should have lizard. Did I do area quest? I'm going back to speak with Yuria. Lizard would be yellowish. One team bot, I think, Pikachu. Oh dear, we're both not having a great time with the shout outs today, are we? I don't remember people's names. I don't see it. The item I'm looking for. Everyone's playing COD, I guess. Type here in chat if you want a shout out so I can just at you. Just read all items, you don't know what they do. I'll just read all items, you don't know what they do.
Speak free. O lord and liege, I prithee, play the usurper. When the moment cometh to link the fire, wrest it from its mantle. The age of fire was founded by the old gods, sustained by the linking of the fire. But the gods are no more, and the all-powerful fire deserveth a new heir. Our Lord of Hollows, it shall be who weareth the true face of mankind. Be safe, our Lord and Liege.
Shall I do the Scott
I
bot one?
prithee wrest the flame from its mantle.
Scottbot64 appears to be a most amiable individual indeed. They seem to enjoy a variety of gaming experiences, from the communal joys of Monster Hunter World to the solitary challenges of achieving 100% completion in Metal Gear Solid. One suspects their streams could be quite enjoyable company for an evening's entertainment. Hang on, I'm just going to quickly check if a particular individual streams. I think they do. I just want to double check I'm not mistaken. Yeah, they definitely do. They were here earlier in chat, so I will give a shout out to Ange Says Raw. Good day. Ange Says Raw appears to be enjoying thriller escapades, particularly in the realm of the supernatural, as evidenced by their recent foray into demonologists with fellow streamers. One can only imagine the frights and delights that await their viewers. Yes, you had one too many T's in bot. Hold on. I'm just Huh. It looks like they... Wait. Have they just stopped? Sorry. I'm just checking Answers Raw's channel just to... I was basically double checking I got the name right because we've made that mistake several times. Today. But now I'm wondering where it got Demonologist from. So AngysySroar. AngysySroar. Yep, that's right. Right, wait. Game? Why are you hanging? Okay, sorry. Where were we? Lizard. Lizard. I'm led to believe it's yellowish. A medal received by members of the Warriors of Sunlight Covenant for victory over the final foe when summoned. The summoner also gains the same medal. The medal engraved with the holy symbol of the sun is slightly warm and reminds one of the great honour of shared victory. Well, it's not that. A special bone collected by members of the Covenant of Mound Makers discovered in the corpses of their victims. Only one such bone is found in the vertebrae, and the Mound Makers believe it to be a shackle of the gods. In their minds, each victim is another connection in addition to the family. If I picked up a lizard, I'd most certainly remember where I had put it. I know, right? You'd think I'd be having an easier time than this. I'm so confused. I don't know where they got yellow from. I don't think that's necessarily yellow. Spout, thank you. Chameleon. Lost sorcery from Molasil. Lands of ancient golden sorcerers transforms into something inconspicuous. Far from formally developed, this magic was instead born from the mischief of a young girl who sought relief from the solitude of woods at dusk. Like Dusk of Uglasil. I'm just double checking there's no other lizards. But I'm guessing that's it. That appears to be it. Right. Let's go back. Lizard is a spell. How are you able to carry all those things in your pockets anyway? I don't know how I carry it all, to be honest. Maybe it's implied but not stated I have an entourage or something. I think my hint was bad. To be fair, I'm not particularly impressed with the puzzle. I mean, I am aware that there may still be additional steps. Don't necessarily expect this to... Oh, is this going to turn me into something different depending upon where I am? Yeah, so I need to be inside the actual swamp, and then it will turn me into something that represents humanity, presumably. Yeah, what I was going to say is I realise there may be additional steps to this puzzle. What? That does not show humanity. That is humanity. What a terrible puzzle. You would only know that if you played the first game. And even then, why would you think to do that? If they actually had spirits like that in this swamp, maybe. Like, you could see that. Like, I still think it would be a hard puzzle, but there would be a reasonable chance you'd make the connection with enough thought. As it is, this is so obscure. Yippee! Yeah, good. Play the first game first, that's how it should be. Yeah, but even then, why would you think cast the chameleon spell and it'll turn me into a humanity spirit in this swamp? Oh, and then a ladder just appears. Oh well, progress is being made. The bugs remind me of the killdeer birds running. Killdeer birds? I must have forgotten. Wow, this is quite the ladder. Here we go. I'm trying to remember why I'm doing this. Oh, for the side quest. For the purging stone, that's why I'm doing this. Jump down there? Probably. Now, am I going to be forced to enter into some sort of boss fight here? Hold on, let me ember up. MGS3 ladder. You don't know what a killdeer bird is? No? Yeah, this is a bad puzzle. Oh, lovely Lurkhaven, thank you for your help. Oh. Ow. Oh my goodness, I'm embarrassed. I did a very bad job there. I see, they're only in the Americas. Quite the ominous name. Killdeer. Let's try that again, but without the goofing. Never mind. I wonder why they make the puzzles in this game so obscure. Particularly the ones related to quests. Or quests in general, the things you have to do. Like, the only way you're likely to solve it is by having lots of people play the game and then tell you what they've discovered. Like, do they honestly think that there are going to be players that stick to this game? That's worrying. That play this game for so long that they would solve it without looking on the internet. I think it's more if you want to find it, it's there, but it's not meant for everyone to find. Doesn't that seem a little, contentious though. To have content that not everyone is supposed to find. Like, I can understand having secrets, things you have to work for to find, but to actually have content that you intend that most players won't see, when every player would, of course, have either bought the game for themselves or had it bought and given to them. I didn't find this, but I didn't mind not finding this. Whoa! Do you mind? I finally beat the ring knight, and then a spectral enemy just suddenly appeared. Right, is there another one of those really big enemies around here that's causing the trouble? Yes. I had another ring knight. This is less than ideal. Jumping attack, but I did it wrong. Ow! Stay alive. That went over my head. I'm lucky to be alive. Never mind, I'm not alive. This is a tough area. It's actually a good reward for people who actually try to find it. Plus, I think it's meant to be hinted at with signs of people finding out together, I guess. Well, that's the thing. It's the collaborative aspect of it that I question. I can appreciate having stuff that you have to work hard to find, but this, I'm just like thinking, how long would you have to have played this game to have found this on your own? Like, if you really set your mind to it, I feel like it would take ages, because the puzzle isn't very good. Have it read all on every... You'd have to read all on every item, I think. Yeah, but there was nothing that would have made you think use chameleon, because there's no connection between chameleon and humanity. It was Avon that said you're looking for a lizard. Like, if on that wall it said lizard, yeah, okay. Like, I can see it. It would have taken me a long time, but it wouldn't necessarily have taken everyone a long time. Like, if I had gone through my spells after reading lizard on that wall and saw chameleon, there's a good chance I'd have made the connection. But there was nothing in the room, there wasn't even that level of hint in the room. Well, chameleon transforms you depending upon which area you're in, I guess. It does, but I've played the entire game without using the chameleon spell once, and I suspect... Actually, I don't... It's possible I tested it once, a long time ago. But I think that's going to be true of most people as well. It's also not very logical either, like, why did the ladder drop? Yes! Uh-oh. No! Can you believe it? My goodness, this area is challenging. I just realised, or just remembered more than realised, I still don't remember where Lop is. Oh, sorry, let me try that again. I just remembered I still haven't found Lop for a second time. I say second time for whatever the count would be now. I haven't found them since I spoke to them last at that balcony that they're no longer at. Sometimes the best strategy is running. I've already secured this area once, but then due to dubious game mechanics, I still died. And I'm not sure running is the best strategy here, because I don't know what I'm supposed to be doing here. It's possible that I am supposed to be running and I'm supposed to be getting to some location off in the distance. That is entirely plausible. Or it's possible I need to do something in the immediate vicinity. But because I don't know what's expected of me, I don't know whether I should be running or not. I've mentioned this before, but like when I did the Dark Souls 1 speedrun for the VTuber Summer Slam, I was running everywhere and going past all the enemies most of the time. But even with that experience, doing a Souls like that I'm not familiar with, like as in I've not played the game before, like this one, I tend not to run everywhere, and that's simply because the additional slowness, which is going to be brought on by not knowing what you're expected to do, not knowing the layout of places and so on, is going to be enough that enemies will catch you where they otherwise wouldn't. It's all very well to run through an area if you know what you're doing, but it's quite another to explore an area whilst running. We have time to look around. I'll get them. As I say, I've already done it once. I just had a thought. It's the fact that the undead are immortal, the canonical reason why the enemies keep respawning in this game. Because the thing is, not all the enemies are undead. Got him. This time I haven't died. Good. Oh, there they are. I was going to say, there's one more ringed knight in the area that I know about. So now I just have to not die to them. I won't say it's going to be easy, because it's entirely plausible that I will die. But without having to deal with all the other things that are spawning in, it should be easier. Not a good start. Ow. bashing in there because I thought it was an opening, but it wasn't. I lost all my Estus, but I have actually secured this area. Right, I can finally search it in peace. There's an area down there. Ah, is this going to lead to the lift that takes me back to the earlier area where we had a short conversation with Lop? Because we never found that shortcut with the lift. Okay, so by the looks of things, you were right, Daddiani. I could have just run through here. There is nothing here that I need. So I'd have been running past there and then down here. Okay. Here's something large and metallic. Hang on, that just goes back to the... I'm dubious. This just seems to go back to the steps we came down to get here in the first place. The problem here is I have no Estus. Moss fruit. Might be time to ember up. Hope for the best. That'll at least restore my health. Another ring knight. Problem is, without any Estus, even one ring knight could easily kill me. And there may be several. And I'm dead. This is fine though, because as I say, we have at least found out where we're supposed to be going. So I can run past those enemies safely now. And by the time I get there, I'll still have a full complement of Estus on me. Here we go. How do they do that? Great, those lightning bolts. Here we go. Alright, time to fight the Ringed Knight. Goodbye. So that solves that problem. Unless they had something on them at them that I had to pick up. Hopefully not, though. This is going back the way that it would need to go back to gain access to the lift. Invaded by Dark Spirit, Seeker of the Spurred. Please, no. Another NPC. Oh, that hurt. Gonna crossbow me, are you? At least they're not actually that tough of an NPC, unlike the last one. So that's not too bad. Wolf Ring plus 3! Ooh, what does the Wolf Ring plus 3 do? Increased poise. Okay. Ring associated with Abyss Walker Artorias, one of the 4 Knights of Gwyn, the First Lord. Increases poise. Artorias had an unbendable will of steel and was unmatched with a greatsword. Was Artorias a god? Most of the knights were gods, weren't they? In Gwyn's troop. Black Witch hat, Black Witch garb, Black Witch wrappings, Black Witch trousers. I notice a distinct lack of purging stone. Is this not what this area is? Oh dearie me, does the Black Witch garb give any clues? The purple garb of the witch Zuli, who intended to seduce Alva the Wayfarer, but eventually became his closest supporter, spending her entire life with him. It's said that Zuli the witch, who was never loved nor loved another, experienced all manner of misfortune, and yet in the end found her purpose in life. We may have dropped too far. No! Oh, over there maybe. I think you're right. I could have stopped so much earlier in the game if I wanted to. I'm gonna die here. Not a lot I can do about it. Let the church go there. I'm going back for my souls quickly. But perhaps on the way I can keep a lookout. Oh! Is the church the area where there was that lady who asked me which god I follow? Or something like that. Or to name my god? Because I did not go there. So that could be it. Possible I'm supposed to drop on the other side. That church isn't it. You might have missed it though. I don't know. Talk to an NPC there. I think I have missed it then. I have no idea where there is a church in the swamp. Where you're just walking. Whereabouts? Oh, you picked up your souls. But that was the one where they were asking me about the... which god I follow, and I thought you said, that church is... Tell you about the dragon, no.
Give thy memory a nudge, and name thee thy God. Ah, then thou's not forgotten. Perhaps
It's a pleasure to meet you, but I'm a bit busy.
give thy memory a nudge.
Oh, leave me alone, I don't want to fight you. I'm not here to fight you. And I'm dead. You got fake images saying you serve Gwyn. I had no choice. Purging monument can only be accessed from Big Guy. Big Guy? It's not linked to the lab. Oh, I see. Wait, where am I? Oh, right. Do you mean the big guy that I killed? The, The one that was spawning in all those enemies. I thought you said that she's not related to Lack. Am I supposed to speak to the lady that asked if I follow Gwyn? Well, no, but why skip it? Well, we can go back and do that later. I'm trying to get to the Purging Monument. The summoner on the balcony, yeah. So do I have to not kill them? Because they seem pretty hostile. Hey Ange, lovely to see you. Well, I defeated the twin demons, and now I'm in a terrible swamp. I'm looking for something called the Purging Monument, and I don't know where it is. And it seems to be pretty well hidden. Doesn't matter, to be honest. Okay. Well, in practice that probably means I do have to kill them, just because I won't be able to search the area properly if I don't. How's your day progressing, Ange? Right, so I've got to try this again. I need to kill the 2 ringed knights and the summoner that's up here. Well, we've got water again, so it was nice to shower longer than 3 to 5 minutes. That is nice. I'm glad you were able to get that sorted, even if it was unfortunately pricey. I'm really struggling with this section, unfortunately. Those knights I'm fighting with the flame swords are some of the toughest normal enemies I've faced in the game. They might even be the toughest normal enemies. That is the enemies that the game will just spam out and aren't considered to be particularly remarkable. And unfortunately, in this area specifically, I have a lot of other things to worry about at the same time as well. Very good start this time though. I mean, it's just luck, but still. Still works in my favour. Here we go. That's the other stuff I talked about. The these enemies are like, these phantom enemies are spawning in due to a summoner in the area. Right. I'm to try and deal with the summoner without aggroing them, but I have aggroed them. This means I'm going to have to fight them as well whilst enemies get summoned around me. Which is possible, but it makes my life a lot harder. That icy attack that came from the distance twice, that's from those phantom enemies I just mentioned. It's a lot to try and keep track of. On top of my actual opponent here, who, as you can see, is quite formidable. There's another phantom enemy. And I'm dead. I'll get it sooner or later. Problem is I'm burning a very rare and valuable resource to try and get this down relatively quickly, but I'm not doing it, so I'm just running out of this resource. It's an ember. It gives me, they're quite rare in the game, not super rare, but quite rare. But they will give you extra, they'll increase your maximum health. Try it again. Get their attention and try not to die. Very nice. That's going to make my life a lot easier. Nearly died. Oh, do they? So there is actually a infinite supply then. Right, that knight's coming round the other side. That should give me enough time to take them out. No! Why? Oh my goodness. Third best Soulspawn DLC, by the way. Really? For just simply of the Soulspawn games I've played so far, in terms of just difficulty to navigate around, like just not navigation itself, but just like walking around an area, I think this is the hardest. So I'm not talking about the bosses, I just mean like the difficulty of the ordinary enemies. This seems like easily the hardest. nearly killed me. I'm alive, but... don't even know what hit me. Oh, come on. I'm gonna die again. Ignore the ring tonight, they're a distraction for now. Got them. And I'm dead. And to add insult to injury, it wasn't even the ring knight that I called a distraction that killed me. It's the same thing that got me before when I nearly cleared this area. The summoner summoned an enemy as they were dying, and that apparently still counts. And it was the enemy's attack that came in 5-10 seconds after the summoner that died that actually got me. Oh boy, Elden Ring DLC will be fun. Enemies one tap there too. Good start. Look at that. Absolute rubbish. I'm not good at this game, but I did, perhaps by luck, but I did genuinely play that ring knight beautifully there. And an enemy literally just spawned in out of nowhere right next to me and staggered me. Right, now's my time to go. Of course, just being randomly attacked from nowhere again. I'm very lucky to be alive. No, go away, Ring Knight! Now is not the time! Go away! Right, summoners down. I don't trust them not to summon in another enemy out of the blue as they're dying. Nope. Alright, good. Good. Right, just the one ring knight left to go, then I can search this area again and apparently find whatever I missed last time. I just have to not die to this one enemy. Which sounds easier than it is. Alright, we're good. For now. Good. Got him. Secured. The area is secured. Right, so something about the purging stone being related to the summoner. But it doesn't matter if they're alive or dead. I mean, that can't be it, can it? No, I mean, look at the resolution on that. That's not going to be the big important purging stone. And yet I was told the summoner was the key. I know I don't go down there because we've been down here before. Yeah, it's not down there. Or is it? I'm gonna straight up ask, is it over there? I don't want to have to go defeat those enemies again. And if I'm wrong, I may have to. Did I just jump down on the wrong side last time? Height resolution. Deduction. Do I have soothe? I do not have, not soothe, spook. I do not. So I can't avoid full damage. It's got to be down here, right? It's got to be. Just stay alive. We've certainly never been here before, so this is a very encouraging sign. I'll be very sad if I have to fight any more ring knights though. Is this it? Have I found it? Pray to the purging monument. Request absolution, request dissolution. What do those do again? I've forgotten. Is absolution have NPCs forgive me? What's dissolution? Does that cure me of hollowing? Temporarily. Your curse can be lifted for 10,000 souls. Why would I spend that much to have the curse lifted when I have purging stones literally in my inventory that will do the same job for less than half that? So I've done it! I found the purging monument. Okay. Any idea where I can find Lop? Oh, a lizard. I remember being up there. Dissolution gets rid of hollowing, but only cosmetically. Interesting. Wait, do you mean that it gets rid of it permanently? So I won't look hollow again, but I will still be able to complete the game. You're not cursed, no. That's not how it works. Oh, there's a ladder there. Presumed you to let me back up. Nearby. Lop is nearby. Okay. Oh, Lap. Is it Lap? Sorry. I've been mispronouncing their I've misremembered and been mispronouncing their name for goodness knows how long. Lap is in a building on a nearby ledge. No. Mott permanently. I didn't understand that last one, unfortunately. Lap is in a building on a nearby ledge. In there? That's not really a ledge, though. No, it's very close. Go back down. Okay. Sorry, I don't usually ask for this much assistance, but it's been over 7 hours now, and I want to get this quest finished up. Where was the ladder? I could just jump down again. But now I know that there's a ladder, I should probably use it. There it is. I have 30k points and almost nothing to spend them on. That's true. I do need to come up with some better redeems. If you have any idea for redeems, do let me know. I think I did write down a few ideas a while back. But I've forgotten what they were. I'd have to check my notes. Seek eyes. It's a ledge with the 2 ring knights. I recommend avoiding the ring knights though. Here? In there? Oh, so will seek eyes a reference to look at this statue and see where its eyes are pointed towards that building? Because that's what I was considering. Oh, I hope so. I'm gonna be so sad. Yeah, I totally meant that. No, you can jump from the ladder. Alright, never mind. I don't know where my souls went. Oh, my souls will be up top. That's why I can't find them. Won't be here, souls will be above. Yes, I just realised that. This is annoying, but it's not the end of the world. Because now I know where I'm going. I don't need to fight those enemies that are at the top here. I can just run past them. We go. Don't you dare kill me. I hope they de-aggro. Thank goodness. Okay. So did I just jump down from the wrong point? Ah, over there, I see. That makes sense. As tempting as it is to do a running leap, let's do it the sensible way. I got my souls back, didn't I? I just picked them up. Yes. we're good on that front. Ow. Dude. More stuff I haven't picked up. Interesting. Right, where's the door? Haven't found it. Where's the door? Oh, you've got to be joking. There's no way in. What am I supposed to do with that? Must be over here or something? Ah! Fantastic. Covetous gold serpent ring as well. +3.
Oh, and here we are again.
Here we are.
How goes things? I'm rather running in circles.
We
I'm
did it.
afraid. I can't find the purging monument, and I've searched high and low. What if it was never here in the first place? Oh, bloody hell. What do I know?
Speak of the purging monument.
Are you certain of that? No. Sorry, I know you'd never lie to me. Thank you. Thank you kindly. I'll speed right on over. It won't be long now before I know everything. Who I was, what I lived for, and what my name was. And I'll have you to thank for it all.
Oh, on the Seek Lizard thing, Young White Branch is an item that does the same thing as Chameleon. Daddy Annie might have mentioned this, but I figured Lizard was less a spoiler than Stick. Oh, and I did pick up a bunch, like 3 Young White Branches earlier in this area, and I didn't know why they were there.
Ah, thank you. Most sincerely. I swear upon my birth name that I am your friend. No matter what might come out, no matter what I was, if you would
You
do
were
me
Patches.
the honor, allow me to be a true friend. Always. It won't be long now, who and I.
So do I have to go back over to the purging monument? I didn't even know there was a spell for it, which is why I was confused. Don't die. Ow. Spotted. Where am I? I don't know. Huh. I assume I need to head back to the purging monument now to finish up. Possibly after setting up the bonfire to reset the area. Actually, that doesn't properly reset it, does it? Not in the same way that like leaving and re-entering an area does, which does a proper full reload. So my guess is we go over to the purging monument and in one way or another we discover its Patches, and I would not be surprised if Patches betrays us again, because that's what Patches does. Could be wrong. Might just be the same voice actor. And I've therefore been barking up the wrong tree for that reason. I think it is the same voice actor. The only area it doesn't reload is Firelink. No one here. Okay, what do I need to do to finish the quest, or is it done? There are no more Patches betrayals in the Dark Souls trilogy. But how do I know that the greatest Patches betrayal of all is you telling me that there are no more Patches betrayals when in fact we're about to experience the true final one. Patches slander. More patches to come in Elden Ring. Is patches in Demon Souls? Seriously, what? I felt like this quest. I feel like this quest isn't quite complete. Is there anything more for me to do right now? It's actually along the main quest path, past the bridge. Okay, that's fine. Rightio then. Let's head back to... Oops, I meant Firelink, but I actually clicked the wrong one. Let's head back to Firelink. So I'm done in the swamp, aren't I? Oh, but I should probably go back to the church at some point. That's slightly before... That's just before the... Before the swamp. You saved his quest. Fantastic.
Welcome
Thank
home,
you for the
I shall
help
speak.
with that, Avon.
Very well, then take no.
Let's increase our vigor again.
Farewell, Ashen One.
Oh well. Oh dear, this area was long and frustrating. Another dismal swamp. Oops. That was silly. If you don't tell him where the Purging monument is, he goes hollow and you have to kill him. Oh dear. I'm not surprised knowing this franchise, but that is less than ideal. Rightio. I think we're finally ready to wrap up. Is there anyone I should be raiding? Let me have a quick look. Who do we be raiding, if anyone? We could raid Beamer, who's playing Persona 5 Royal. Persona 5 Royal. Right, so, thank you for joining me, everyone. I'll be streaming again on Friday. That will be more blueprints. Yeah, I have mixed feelings about that game. It feels like, from a puzzle perspective, it's a interesting game, but I'm not so fond of the roguelike elements to it. Someone the other day described it as a roguelike puzzler, and I think that's a good way to describe it. And as I say, I am enjoying the game. I just worry whether it's going to become frustrating after a certain period. But certainly Friday I'll be returning to it. And I hope I'll have another jolly good time. Oh, hang on, I missed someone in the middle. Thank you to Ange for the follow. Thank you to Loco Hades for the follow. And thank you to Recovery Bot for the follow. Oh, they don't all fit. Hang on. Recovery Bot gets to start the next column. There we go. So what was I thinking? Yes. So Friday's going to be more blueprints. Looking forward to that. Monday is going to be more Dark Souls 3 and more It Takes Two with Pikachu. We do It Takes Two first, and then I do whichever game I'm doing next after that. And then next Wednesday will be more blueprints, assuming I'm still doing that. I genuinely don't know. I don't know how long a blueprints win is likely to take. I don't know if it's realistic that I could finish it next time, or if it's going to take weeks. Don't know. But yeah, that's what's coming up. Have a nice day. Have an excellent day. Thank you. I appreciate that. I hope you all have a wonderful day too. Oh, if for any reason my screaming schedule? If for any reason my streaming schedule should change, then I'll announce it on social media, which currently means X, formerly known as Twitter, Blue Sky, Mastodon, and Meta Threads, and I would also announce it on our Discord server. Thank you for joining me, everyone. Thank you to everyone that kept me company in chat, and thank you to everybody who lurked. I appreciate each and every one of you. I genuinely, truly do. You are the reason that I do this, and I hope you all have a wonderful night. So let's go give Beamer a raid.